All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Eamon. Good morning, Peter. How are you guys today?
Good morning, Carlos. I slept really well last night, I have to admit. I woke up a little late today, but I needed to sleep in after a busy weekend and going to bed late yesterday. I was very happy for that. So I feel ready to go. Although I've got allergies this morning. I'm all stuffed up, so if I sound a little weird, that would be why. But I'm pretty happy. Eamon, how about you? How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing good. Honestly, nothing new. Also had a good time sleep. Just back home from the gym, fresh after shower. So I think it's all good.
Always at the gym. Good for you.
Always. I mean, it's. I'm trying to change my routine with the baby around here. I used to go to the gym by 9 p.m. my time. And now I just literally switched it to 12 p.m.
Okay.
And let me tell you, that doesn't feel so good. I feel so good going to the gym at night, and I've been doing that for 16 or 17 years, always only at night. And now I flipped that schedule, so it doesn't feel good.
So it happens. The babies will change your life. So, all right. I know some people had issues getting into the Bearable Traders website. It looks like that issue is resolved. You should be able to get in now. Just refresh and should be able to get right in there if you remember.
All right, there you go, friends. Quick look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com, and a couple of stuff in the green this morning, a lot more in the red. Some earnings this morning as well that we'll get to in a second here, and some big earnings last night as well. So we'll get into all of that this morning. And we also have our beautiful SPY up all-time highs. I mean, this daily is just awesome. Keeps going higher and higher. The last 4 days in the green, a beautiful bounce back, just keeps on going. Overall market hitting all-time highs and climbing. So should be a very, very interesting day. Before we jump into all of that, let's look at Monday in 60 seconds with Eamon.
Wait, was it Monday in 60 seconds or Tuesday in 60 seconds?
Oh, Tuesday. Sure. Oh, sorry, I wrote the wrong one.
Yep. I think I uploaded the new one.
No, I loaded the wrong one. No, you did.
Oh,
good.
okay. No worries. I thought again. I was saying that I slept well, I'm fresh, and then I'm messing up. That wouldn't have been good.
No.
Anyway,
let me update one. But yeah, start.
Yeah.
Well,
then the slide. Yeah, I'm going to start. So yeah, guys, yesterday was basically another long everything day. The Dow gained more than 900 points, and it closed above 54,000 for the first time ever. The S&P rose 1.8% in one single day, and the Nasdaq jumped to 2.6%. And by the way, we hit all-time highs again. Been a while since we've hit these all-time highs. I remember the days where we were hitting them day after day, but that's a good reminder. So probably we're getting back on track. Anyway, PLTR was the star. The stock jumped almost 30% after good earnings. Caterpillar also jumped after quarterly sales that are over to $20 billion for the first time. The company is obviously benefiting from the demand of power, from the construction, the heavy equipment, and that's all connected to the data centers boom. Oil dropped 5%, and the reason is that investors now are more hopeful that the deal with Iran could reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But remember, there is still nothing certain about that deal, but the market is reacting to it positively. Lower oil helped reduce inflation fears. They got treasury yields to go lower, and that definitely helped the market. After the close, we got two major earnings. By the way, Carlos, Peter, Brian, and Andrew, they live streamed this yesterday. It was a good session. Thank you for everyone who made the live stream yesterday. So SpaceX reported a strong first quarter as a public company. The revenue rose to 92% to about $7.8 billion. The loss narrowed. I think they lost around $526 billion over. The Starlink subscribers doubled up to 12 million, but the capital spending reached $18.4 billion. And most of this spending is tied to the AI infrastructure, and that's probably the worst part. And this is one of the main reasons why it ended up dropping after earnings. It dropped around 7% after hours. Investors obviously saw a bill larger than the company's growth. And it's been the story the same way right now. If the bill is larger than the growth, you see a company dropping. If you see a bill, a revenue catching up with the bill, we see the same thing that happened to Microsoft and Amazon. AMD also beat expectations. The revenue reached a record $11.5 billion, up to 50%. The data center sales more than doubled, and the next quarter guidance came in above Wall Street's forecast. And obviously, the stock fell 8% after hours. And again, the issue was not bad quarter. AMD shares are already up 140% this year. And investors obviously were hoping for even larger forecast than it had right now. And remember that when you get a run like this, like the one AMD got, most of the good news are already priced in the current price. So yeah, that's basically a quick summary about what happened yesterday. Let's see what we have today. Today at 8:15 a.m., we will be getting the July ADP private payroll report. June showed us 98,000 new private jobs, and today's number will help us judge whether the labor market improved before Friday's official employment report. You know that on Monday, we had the manufacturing survey, and it showed us that factory employment is growing again. If we get ADP today that is also strong, investors may expect that Friday's payroll number is going to be recovering. But here is the catch. Strong jobs are obviously good for the economy, but they could also give the Federal Reserve another reason to keep rates high. At 10 a.m., we'll be getting the ISM services. This is important more than the manufacturing because services make most of the US economy. And if services companies report stronger demand with lower prices, that is a good combination. If prices rise, bond yields may become the main character again, and obviously nobody invited them. And at 10:30, we will be getting the weekly crude oil inventories. Oil already dropped with all the hopes of some sort of a deal. Obviously, a large inventory build could keep pushing the oil prices lower, and a draw could slow that move. Before the open, we had a few earnings already. I think Eli Lilly reported, Disney reported. Did Disney report? Let me double check quickly. I think they were supposed to be reporting. Yeah, they reported. Uber, Shopify, and CVS and Nova. I didn't catch up with all of these, but Eli Lilly jumped about 5%. They had a strong weight loss drug sales increasing. They also had a full year revenue forecast going high. Disney did well, rose around 4%. Shopify was the best one. I mean, probably Shopify is something to keep an eye on today. They jumped over 26% after the revenue grew 34%, and the guidance came in way, way above expectations. Uber is one of the companies that did not do really well. They dropped 3% by the time I was building this part, but apparently they are almost 10% down at the moment. Anyway, Novo Nordisk also fell around 6%, so that's it. I mean, after the close, we'll be having some good earnings. Probably one of the ones that we'll keep close eye on are SanDisk and Western Digital. A few other ones, AppLovin and Axon, will be reporting after the close. Honestly, SanDisk and Western Digital are the interesting ones because they're directly related to the AI services. You know that memory and storage prices have been rising, and that is really good for the companies that are making these chips, but it obviously is making life more expensive for everyone who is buying these equipments. And few stocks to keep an eye on today: PLTR, AMD, and SpaceX. These ones are in play, and because we have SanDisk reporting, the whole semiconductor sector and the chip sectors will also be in play. That's everything I have for today. Peter, anything on your end?
Well, like you already. Whoa. Why do I have an echo? All right. Hopefully that eliminated the echo. Yeah, like you already mentioned, we do have the Economic events that are happening today. The S&P Composite is coming out at 9:45, 10 a.m. We got the ISM non-manufacturing PMI information. Those are okay, but not big market movers. You don't have my screen.
No, I see your screen. I see your screen.
Okay,
We got
there
your
it is.
screen.
Calendar.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong thing. Anyways, I was looking at the. Never mind. We got it. And then what's interesting is after the market closed, I think there's supposed to be a speech, according to this, by Trump. So if Trump is going to be speaking, that just means going into the close, the market might be a little quieter, waiting for that news. Shouldn't affect the open too much. The open should work as normal. But again, assuming that that is correct, because sometimes this data not always correct. But if Trump is actually speaking at 4:30, we might see a quieter close than normal. So relatively quiet day on the economic calendar.
All right, thank you, Peter. All right, friends, let's get to it. Our gap is brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Let's start with the gap up. A couple of things are leading the way this morning, but again, I think, Eamon, you mentioned that a lot of our big tickers are based on earnings and movement last night. Definitely gonna have space for those PLTR and some other ones, AMD, SpaceX. I mean, those three are gonna continue. PLTR was a couple of days ago. How about PLTR yesterday, by the way? I mean, just insane. I was trying to take a reverse on it, but never gave us an opportunity. Just wild. So that's going to be on my list again. Should be a lot of fun. But let's see some of the stuff gapping up this morning. The first one on here is JLHL. So JLHL. We've seen this before. Julong Holding Limited.
Yeah.
It's just nasty. I mean, there's going to be better things to look at. But if you look at this daily, Peter, it is just insane. We remember the name because it's been in play before. But again, it's just not a stock that's going to be on our list. 1.5, 1.4 on the float.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see on that chart that Carlos has got there, before April, this thing was dead flat. And then it had this crazy couple of months where it was just jumping all over the place, and then it went flat again. Maybe this pattern is back. Look, and there's no news, by the way. There's nothing that's tying this. It's total speculation and manipulation. So, I mean, yeah, it's a low float that can do this, as we saw. It did it for a couple of months, which was sort of weird, and then, went flat for a couple of weeks, and I don't know. Maybe it's back. Maybe it's not. Either way, consider this a high-risk, low-float type of play, and it's nothing that I am going to go anywhere near.
Yeah, we're going to have so many great names today, guys. AMD is one of them be mentioned in chat as well. Another one that took a big dive that we'll be looking at closely. But let's just see if there's anything else in here. Like the next one is one of Peter's favorite ticker, DFNS. He has not yet traded it. But I know there's a lot of love Peter has for this stock here. That's just popping up this morning, 31%. The fun continues on T3
Totally.
Defense.
Yeah, totally insane. I don't understand how this is still in play. It's got the memers' interest, I guess. I mean, again, another speculative play. This has got under 1 million share float, and we're now on day, whatever it is, day 8 of this thing moving. And it's just I don't know. It doesn't make any more sense now than it did on day 1. So if you want to play it, then by all means, again, another low float, high risk type of play. This one is shown that it can consistently do this. I mean, yesterday's price action, frankly, wasn't all that great, but if you are interested, go for it. I'll just keep shaking my head at it every morning and moving on.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the memeing stocks don't usually last as long as this one has, right? They'll go, unless it was like GameStop and some of those bigger ones. That was the first time we saw something like it. They're pretty short-lived, but this one is somehow maintaining, trying to go higher here, maybe reach that 108 high that they had about 4 trading days ago. So we'll see. Again, popcorn ticker, fun to watch, but not really tradable, at least with our strategies that we have here. Continuing on to the next one's APPS is next, and this is up 27% this morning. Volume is a little bit on the lighter side, only 383,000 shares traded. Here's the daily big pop for them, getting towards their recent highs. This is Digital Turbine, is the name of the company. I don't see anything great on it. The float on it also is pretty good flow, 111 million shares flow. So it's up there.
Yeah, this is a software services company that provides support to anybody doing AI and integrating AI into their company. So, the love-hate we seem to have with AI continues. They beat their numbers. They had earnings after the close yesterday, and they beat their numbers, raised their guidance on the full year, saying that they're seeing a greater demand for AI services. Now, last week, there was a negative sentiment over companies providing AI services because budgets were being taken away from support and services and being moved into hardware with the increased cost of the chips. Seems like maybe that's abated a little bit, and we can now again enjoy some increases on the stock prices of software companies. So, Apps is taking advantage of that this morning and is going up with a good earnings picture. Like you said, Carlos, there's a lot of familiar tickers that are moving well today. This one being on the lower end of the volume, not going to make my list, but it's definitely in play more than it normally would be. But its regular daily volume is under 3 million shares, and that's just not enough for me to add it to the list.
It's pretty light when it comes to the volume overall. Continuing here, guys, let's look at Shop. Shop is next on the list. We'll do a few more, and then I want to get to the big names. With earnings this morning, we have a few on here. Lilly, Disney. We're just going to give you a little details there. Meta seems to be bouncing back as well on this list this morning. So check that out. But here's Shopify. Big pop just now. We're up 23% as we pull off from the pre-market highs here. 2.5 million shares traded. This is the one ticker that I wish would get more volume, would trade a lot cleaner so I can trade on a regular basis, but it doesn't. It's not a stock that trades great volume. It doesn't move up intraday. Today that might be different as this pre-market action looks pretty good. Peter, what is driving us this morning?
Yeah, they're one of the many companies that had earnings this morning that I was taking a look at, and they had a great quarter. They beat their revenue by about $150 million, delivering 3.58 billion. They beat their earnings by 2 cents a share, delivering 42 cents. So, they had a good quarter, and they're pretty bullish about the outlook. Interestingly, what I thought was that their information was remarkably devoid of any mention of AI. They didn't talk about using it. They didn't talk about selling it. They didn't mention it at all. Maybe they're afraid of how the market's going to react because it has been a little uncertain. Like I've been saying, we've got this love-hate thing going on. So it was a very traditional sort of press release with no specific mention of any technology or thrust. They're just like, this is our business. It's going well. We expect it to continue to go well. So, okay, they are seeing an increase this morning, quite handsomely too, up 23% at the moment with 2.6 million shares. So, yeah, absolutely in play. Like you said, Carlos, I wish too. I do wish that this would be a little more active because it feels like the type of stock that could be active and that we could trade more actively, but it's just not. It just doesn't seem to do that. So I want to put it on the list, but I just don't think it'll be a good decision because I think I'd be wasting my time.
Yeah, I'll definitely be wasting a spot on it. It is in play. Now, if you had success in the past with your strategy, please add it to your list. I think today's one of the days where they can actually trade very well. And it almost moves like a NYSE stock when it comes to the price action. It's not sitting on the NYSE stock. It's a NASDAQ, but it almost acts that way. We'll get to some other names that you're mentioning here. For example, like maybe keeping it simple, keeping their earnings simple and not talking about spending too much on AI has helped them here. Because we have another company, Peter's going to let you know about, that spent a ton on AI, and they're not being rewarded this morning. Oh, they were not rewarded yesterday, that's for sure. Here's DT. These guys are up 13% this morning. Dynatrace, very light volume, 211,000 shares traded. Big move up for them, but they normally don't trade very well. So won't be on my list. Ticker DT if you want to keep that one on deck. Peter, I'm assuming earnings this morning or some kind of, usually earnings for these lower price stocks. Yeah. Sorry, lower volume stocks.
Yeah, they had earnings, beat their numbers, issued positive guidance. I don't think we need to say anymore. There's not enough volume for us to trade it, but yes, they're an earnings play.
Yeah. All right, friends. We looked at the top few here, and I want to stop here. I want to jump around because we got so much I want to cover with earnings, right, Peter? So let's do this. Let's go to the earnings from their gapping up. I want to get to that so we can cover a lot of these. And I know some of them just happened this morning. So the next one I see here is LLY, excuse me, LLY is on here this morning, which I know had earnings today, Peter.
Yep. EY Lilly. Eli Lilly, I should say, they topped estimates, beat their numbers in the quarter. So they were one of the bigger ones that I was watching. Unfortunately, they don't typically get a lot of trading volume, but yeah, they're not, quite well, right? Their growth number was at 47%. Their earnings surprise was at 39%. Like they're really smashed it out of the park. I mean, when you're expected to earn $6 a share and you deliver $8.38 for a company of this size and experience, that's pretty significant. So they really did fantastic. In fact, they should probably be moving more than they really are. Their forward-looking guidance was pretty awesome, and they've got some great drugs in the pipeline, including a clinical stage psychedelic mental health drug, which has seen a favorable response not only in the trial but from the U.S. administration. So they seem to be very well positioned. It's just a shame that they don't trade a little more actively. This is a NYSE stock, and that means that it just trades a little bit differently. But again, it's not active enough, which is too bad. But I like Lilly, but not as a trader. I just think that, anyways, it's sort of in that bucket with Shopify. Wish it traded more actively.
Yeah. Another one here, Peter, is Disney. Disney also on the gap up list, up 3.5, 529,000 shares traded this morning.
Yep, another earnings play. Disney's been Disney's had a very tumultuous couple of years, haven't they? Interestingly, that into this earnings report, they were able to say that their streaming service had pretty big, pretty significant growth. So they don't explicitly separate it out, but they made a point of saying how their streaming services were very positive, and that's sort of what the market wants to hear, because there was a point in time when the expectation was Disney was not going to be able to compete with the other streaming services. They seem to generally have bucked that trend. So, but anyways, their revenue was pretty much right on par with analyst expectations, but their earnings were very positive, and they kept their forecast. So, Disney's a hit or miss to try and trade. Another NYSE stock here, but I know that a couple members of our room used to like to watch and trade this, not at the open, but later in the day. So maybe that's the play here, is that it doesn't get a lot of that open, excited volume, but it can make some good, consistent moves or reversals later in the day. So I'll keep it around just to see what it does. It's not going to be on my target list for this morning, but I'll come back to it, sort of mid-morning and see what it's doing.
Yeah, I'd like to see what this is going to, so I'll put Disney on here. It just reminds me, I got to cancel all these subscriptions. I have so many subscriptions. I have to get around to it, man, because I have.
I have to call your wife one of these times, because
don't do that.
I've got a list of to-do things that just never seem to get to done.
Yes, so, I have the same list. I think we all have a list that doesn't get done.
It seems to be a perpetual list for you. So.
There's just the list. The list is just ever growing. Like the list is just kind of morphs, right? So it just kind of expands during certain times of the year, during certain seasons, and then it shrinks. But there's a couple of things that just stay there, right? It's just like they keep getting old. The chair's one of them. I know, and these subscriptions are another, because for the Knicks World Series, I signed up to something else to be able to watch that. For the FIFA game, signed up to something else to be able to watch that. And next, and to watch it in Spanish, I had to sign up to something else to watch the FIFA in Spanish. So it's like all these subscriptions are coming in. I'm just like, I gotta start canceling some of these. And I had Disney before, but it's funny, Disney with ESPN, you don't get the good stuff unless you pay the premium package. It's like $50, right? So I got Disney for the kids, obviously. But man, if you don't go back and cancel the stuff, they'll get you. You'll end up paying
talking about subscriptions,
yeah,
it's a really good business, because most of the subscriptions that are recurring, You cannot cancel it. I don't know how it is working there, but you cannot cancel it from your bank directly. You have to cancel it from the website that you
Yes,
subscribe
here too.
for. And I
Yeah, here
have
too. You
a
can't.
lot
Yeah,
of payments going through my credit card, and I have no idea what I'm subscribed for. So I'm just
yeah.
getting
No,
charged
you
for that.
can't. You can't cancel it from your debit card. I was thinking one time like I should just
Yeah.
can I just lock my debit card so they just get rejected. I don't have to go to the website. But even the banks can say if you lock your card, recurring charges are still gonna come through. So you got to go to the website and get the cancellation done. All right. So it's your reminder as well. If you haven't done it yet, friends, go in there, cancel these subscriptions if you don't need them. Save yourself some money. Use it on something more important. All right, let's see what else we got here. Peter, anything else as far as gap? Actually, you know what? It's 8:26. Let's go to the feature story. Do we have the feature story today?
Oh.
My
Yeah, we
slides
have
got
it.
all messed
It's
up.
about SpaceX.
Yeah, my slides are all screwed up here. All right. Yeah, it's not showing.
It's okay. I'm not gonna blame it. It's becoming too much. Too many
All right.
slides.
Yeah.
I'll hold on to my others. So yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Do you
No,
have it there?
no, I don't have it. So let's go to you, Peter, and then I'll try to get this one figured out.
Okay.
So what are the
While
stocks you
he's
have?
while he's queuing that up, guys, then why don't there's just a couple of other gap up earnings that I wanted to mention in case you're interested. CVS, which is not only the pharmacies but their health business, ticker CVS, had earnings this morning as well, and a surprisingly good quarter. 106 billion in revenue versus $102.58 per share earnings versus a buck 87, which is pretty awesome. That's a 38% surprise, which CVS doesn't normally get. So they're only up about 1% this morning, but frankly, I think they deserve to be up a little bit more as their earnings were a lot better than expected. And CVS is another one that had some really rough times, but while I wasn't looking, I was looking at the daily chart today, and what the heck happened? But May, June, July, this thing, the stock price has gone up quite significantly, about 50% from $70 up to over 100 here. So, yeah, it looks like it was really moving while I was, looking elsewhere. So CVS, I don't know if it's going to be in play after the opening bell, but it definitely looks good right now to me. Riot is another one that had earnings, and that's one that we come back to occasionally. It can trade well on some days. Most days it does not. Once again, another earnings play this morning. They had earnings and over delivered with. Actually, I don't have their numbers out yet, but it looks like they were green. I don't see their numbers, but they are grapping up. So, anyways, that one's that has had earnings that I was watching. I think we covered all the rest. There's a few more earnings, but they are gapping down. So we'll see if they make the gap down list, and we'll talk about them there, including, of course, the big two from last night, which we already mentioned in AMD and SpaceX. Highly anticipated earnings, both of them, and they didn't disappoint, but they may not have gone the way people hoped. So we'll talk about those as we get to the.
They might have disappointed in the direction that they went in. So yeah, I agree with that. All right, friends. Feature story for today. Let's do that, and then we'll get over to engineering the market starting in our chat room. If you want to join that, head over to bearwithtraders.com to see how to join. To see Jared in engineering the markets.
Alright guys, so SpaceX reported its first quarter as a public company last night, and again, thanks again for everyone who made it to the live stream. Carlos and the team did a great job streaming the earnings live, and if it's something that you enjoyed, maybe it could be done more often. No pressure, Carlos, just saying. Anyway, looking at the numbers, they looked excellent, at least at first. The revenue rose 92% to $7.8 billion. Starlink subscribers doubled to 12 million. The quarterly loss narrowed to $541 million. And almost every major number came in better than Wall Street expected. But the stock still fell around 7 to 10% after hours. And the problem was not that the results were bad. The problem was that SpaceX is valued more than $1 trillion. And these numbers are very small for a company that's worth that much. For comparison, take Microsoft. They generated $83 billion in revenue last quarter, and they earned $32 billion in net profit. NVDA generated more than $81 billion in revenue, and they earned more than $58 billion in net profits. SpaceX generated less than $8 billion. That's 10 times more, and they also lost money. So yes, the revenue is growing 92%, and that's impressive. But when investors value a company above $1 trillion, they're not only asking, did you beat estimate? They're asking, how quickly can you grow this into huge valuation? I can hear some background noise, but I'm not sure if it's on my end or not. So it
I'm
could be
not
on my
sure.
end. It may be one of my tabs, like one of my subscriptions that I don't know, like most of my subscriptions that I don't know. Anyway,
Something you gotta cancel, man. Get that canceled, man.
Your subscription's acting
exactly.
up. Nice
Exactly.
segue. Well done, Eamon. I like that.
Well, anyway, let's get back into this. So then we got also a bad number, a very bad number actually, that got SPCX hit very hard. They spent $18.4 billion on projects during the quarter, and that is basically money going out of the door. In only 3 months, SpaceX spent more than twice the revenue that they brought in. And the majority, around 15 to 16 billion dollars, went into AI infrastructure. So investors now being asked to value three different businesses together: a rocket company, a satellite internet company, and a new AI infrastructure company that is spending huge amounts before future profits are clear. And that does not mean that the investments will fail. Starlink is growing very fast. You get the government contracts that are still increasing, and the AI could eventually become a major business. But the stock is already priced as if that future is guaranteed and as if that future is making money. And this is why beating expectations for SpaceX was not enough. They needed to show that today's business is beginning to catch up with its current valuation. And instead, investors saw strong growth from small revenue base, and they also saw a bill that is way larger than everyone expected. And there is also one more part that is a big downside for SpaceX. The selling pressure that could come tomorrow from employees and early investors who are becoming eligible to sell part of their shares. I believe it's happening tomorrow. And again, that doesn't mean that they will sell, but it still gives buyers another reason not to rush buying in today. So SpaceX did not fall because the quarter was weak. It fell because a company worth more than $1 trillion produced only $7.8 billion in quarterly revenue. They stayed unprofitable, and they spent $18 billion building a future that investors have already paid a very huge price for, and they can't see where is the end of the tunnel and when the money is going to start flowing in. Anyway, I guess we'll have to wait for one more report next quarter to see if there are any improvements. And until then, we'll just keep trading it because this is a stock that is in play.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Eamon. All right, friends, Engineering the Market starts now in our chat room. Jatter is ready to go, and I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of fun with all the breakdowns of all the stuff happening today and happened last night. So take care, guys. We'll see you guys a little bit later. And we'll continue here on X and YouTube. And yeah, let's go to Peter. Are we ready to go to our gap down, or do we have anything else in the gap up you want to cover before we jump there? Oh, Peter might be on mute.
Oh, I'm here. Oh, sorry. Here I am. On the gap up, I mean, we do have a fair amount of the Magnificent Seven that are gapping up. Again, it's like everything but Apple. Why is Apple? Why is Apple being so, contrarian all the time? But anyways, it had a good day yesterday. It's gapping down while Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, they're all gapping higher. So, but nothing big, I think, on the rest of them. Everything like Eamon mentioned at the top had most things, I should say, had a pretty good day yesterday. So we saw a lot of stocks moving higher. Today, I don't think we're going to get such a directional move. But yesterday was one of those days where personally, I felt very lucky to have those early trades that I shared with you guys on SpaceX, and then more or less stayed out of the market because I tried to reverse PLTR twice. I got lucky the first time. The second time I had a break even. I'm just like, you know what? It clearly does not want to reverse. And it really didn't. It just kept going all day. So we'll see where these things go, but they are gapping higher. PLTR feels like it, maybe it'll be in play again today. It absolutely was yesterday with the big day, but you don't expect the same results as yesterday because that was a little exceptional. But yeah, Carlos, I don't have anything really specific to go after this morning.
All right, there we go. So our gap up, guys. Again, looking very busy this morning, but a lot of it on the gap down, I think, today. So let's go to the gap down. Let's focus on what's leading the way here. AMIX is the first one on deck. Big day yesterday for them. Looks like a low flow stock sitting at 10.2 million shares traded. Big day for them yesterday, and today they're just pulling back here, down 32%. Man, $5. This thing closed that day before, 352, went as high as 25 almost, and today back down to 13. So not really tradable. These second day plays, Peter, are pretty tough after such a big day on these lower flow stocks, so be very careful.
Yeah, they popped up where mid-morning yesterday they announced that they had filed a patent for a nerve sensing technology for cancer pain and organ function. So that's about all I know about it. But anyways, other than its patent number 12,433,670. However, that patent gave them some news that they were able to pop up on, and now they're just dropping down a little bit. Not something that I would look at for trading, as it's a pretty low float stock. I mean, this is a company with virtually no revenue, and I see a float of a little under 1 million shares. So, yeah, I'm not going after that.
Yeah, careful, friends. Continuing here, SEDG is next, and then these guys, they're down a 15.5. 389,000 shares trade. You can see the drop here happening pre-market. We've seen them before many times. Solar Edge is the name, and again, normally not a great intraday trading stock. Usually these solar companies, their daily volume is very low. They just don't get great volume. A lot of them are like that. We had a stretch where solar and all that energy were doing very well, but we haven't seen that in a long time, Peter. So won't be on the list today, but this one clearly taking a dive this morning.
Yeah, solar and wind energy are struggling with this current administration. And while Solar Edge delivered surprisingly good results in the quarter, they did have earnings, it looks like, earlier this morning. They are still gapping down a little bit. No thanks. I mean, it's not really big news, right? Their earnings were good, but not exceptional. The market doesn't seem convinced, obviously, with them gapping down fairly heftily at 16%, but the volume's fairly low. And on a typical day, they only get about 2 million shares, so not enough to keep my interest.
Yeah, we'll leave them alone. Looking at our gap down, this guy's massive. We won't be able to get through everything. Some of the better names are at the bottom of the list: SKHY, Uber, with some stuff today, and DKNG. We haven't seen that in a long time. Circle of Internet, of course, AMD, Lucid, and others a little bit lower. Oh, let's do two more. Actually, let's do until we get to AMD, because AMD and Lucid, I want to see what's happening there. Let's do it until we get to the big guy. OSS, take a quick look at this one. We'll spend a lot of time on it. One Stop Systems. This is one that I will not be stopping at. It's down 10%. Very light volume, only 340. Lower flow as well, 20 million. So OSS is not looking great today. So we'll probably skip on this one, Peter.
Yeah, earnings. It was actually good news, but they seem to be dropping here. There's not a lot of details on this company, so I don't. I'll pass on it too. Oh, that looks better. It's funny. I realized I had blurred my background on my video feed, and it makes me look like fake. Do you notice? Like now we're so attuned to this AI generated images. If I just blur my background, I look like a fake human. At least I do to me.
Look too sharp, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. It looks too sharp.
We need some blurriness. We need some messiness,
I look computer animated, so we'll give like the messy background. Then I look like a real human. Anyway.
Yes, coming to us live. All right, let's see here. On the next list we have, oh, look at that. AMD moved up, which is nice. So Let's get right to it, guys. AMD. It is down today 7.8, 2.7 million shares traded this morning. Again, some really good volume, but the action happened last night. So big drop for them here. And they really haven't recovered. Still hanging out here, down 7.8 this morning after earnings. I was also looking at their daily, Peter. Their daily has been pretty sideways for the most part, right? They had the big move in April. You guys know April was like the beginning of everything for many, many stocks. You go back to April, you can see where it all started, at least for this year. They had this great move, and really June, July has just kind of been sideways for the most part, compared to the big move from April to June. So earnings last night, they're getting slammed this morning. Give us the latest and maybe not so greatest.
Well, as I suspected, right, there was pretty much nothing they could say to make the stock move higher. Record earnings. I mean, record revenue at $11.5 billion. Record earnings per share. They delivered $1.66. On that face, it all looked great. They raised their long-term outlook. They said AI demand is strong, but it's the little point bits of news that, frankly, take these companies down. So, for example, SpaceX, which was also reporting, had a question about their AI spend, which they're spending a lot on, and they indicated actually that they are moving exclusively to the NVIDIA Blackwell architecture, which means that they're going to be reducing or eliminating their buying of AMD chips. And that news, I think is largely to be credited for why AMD is gapping down. Now, not exclusively. There's also a concern is, can AMD continue to meet the demand from their other customers? But, there's always an ebb and flow, right? They're always going to be winning some customers and losing others as some move to the AMD chip platform and move away over to their competitors such as NVIDIA. So it's going to happen, but, it's the headline news that seems to move the stock in each and every day. Right now, all of the chips except NVIDIA are gapping down today. So I'm not surprised that AMD has lost some altitude, down almost 8%, with decent volume here this morning. So is it going to be in play? Absolutely. It certainly, I'm going to be watching it at the open just to see what happens, to see if it recovers this or continues the slide. I honestly don't know which way, but I'm going to be watching it for a move.
Yeah, absolutely. AMD is looking nice, guys. Will be on our list for sure. Just add it there to our primary list. Lucid is on here too. Lucid this morning, not really in place, so we'll pass right through this. They're just somehow hitting all the numbers. They have 261,000 shares traded. They're down 8.2. Last night looks like something didn't go so well. Actually, did they have earnings last night? Is that what this is?
No.
On Lucid?
No,
or
this
just
isn't earnings.
overall? Yeah.
Yeah, late last night, they actually announced that they were cutting their production to preserve cash. So that's never good when you cut production, no matter what your reason is. If you're cutting production, that means that you're probably not selling as well as expected. I like the Lucid cars. At least they look good. I don't know how durable they are, but anyway, sales overall, they're expensive. They're one of the more expensive EVs. So, and with so much competition out there, it's tough to be sort of a luxury EV or a high-end EV because, especially if we get more of the Chinese cars coming into some of the European and North American markets, that's going to put even more pressure on companies like Lucid. So, but yeah, that's why cutting production.
All right, there you go, friends. Our report says that, okay, they did have earnings. Yeah, so it looks like they did.
Oh, did they?
Compared to a couple of people mentioning in chat, wider loss.
Oh, yeah, they did. Look at that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they did release earnings. It looks like, sorry, I was just looking more interested in the production cut. Yeah, Q2 revenue was $405 million. They delivered 3,953 vehicles, and they lost $2.38. So there you go. So that's okay. You're right. They did have earnings.
Comment says, love the Lucid Gravity. That will be a minivan that I can get caught in. That I seen a review on it. It's funny. I saw a review on it just like 2 days ago. Came up on my feed, and somebody was just kind of reviewing the minivan, and that's a tough vehicle. That's a tough vehicle. And they say 800 horsepower. I'm like, whoa. Okay, I could take the kids to the soccer game on that. I could dig that.
Yeah. Now, the problem is your entry price. Well, I've got Canadian dollars here, so let's do some rough calculation here. But you could basically buy two Honda Odysseys for the price of this. as the entry price is somewhere around $80,000 US. So it's not cheap.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
did
cheap.
see that. And again, if you're gonna go this large, do you want entry? You know,
Yeah.
do you really
Yeah. And
want the basic model? If you're
yeah,
gonna
well, if
go
you want the
in,
800, if you want one of the 800 horsepower versions, then you got to pump that up to about $95,000, Carlos. So yeah, it's
yeah, that's
they're
worth the
not giving it
upgrade.
away.
Yeah, they're
It's
definitely not giving
it's
it away,
worth.
but yeah, that's
You
worth
want
the
a you
upgrade.
want a minivan that's going to rocket rocket down the street?
Yeah,
All
I mean,
right.
this looks looks nice. Oh man, beautiful car, man, beautiful car, and the features are incredible. Again, it popped up on my feed. One of those people that these content creators that goes through the review very fast, and it does this and it does that,
Yeah,
I'm like, oh wow, it does a lot of things. So a pretty nice car,
it
um,
does.
but not cheap. All right, friends, let's continue here.
Not cheap.
AMD, I added to my list. Why is it not showing? Let me hit enter. There we go. So AMD on the list. And I'm going back to trading terminal gappers list. We'll stop here. We'll hop around to see some other stuff towards the bottom, Peter. But I know we got Uber as well, with some earnings and everything else. Anything else gapping down that
Yeah.
you want to go over this morning?
Well, let's talk about Uber. Yeah, Uber's definitely on the list here because it is one that we have traded in the past. Not recently though, but they did have earnings this morning. They slightly missed on revenue, but they beat on bottom line profitability quite nicely. They basically their guidance they increased their guidance, but it was below analyst forecasts. So I'm not sure what to make of that. I mean, the company basically said we think we can make more, but not more enough. Not enough more. Not more enough. Not enough. Not enough. Anyways, well, God, my English is English not good for me now. So, anyways, Uber is. I feel like it's probably in play today. They're down 2.7%, but on good volume, 2.3 million shares here. Remember, this is a NYSE stock, trades on the New York Stock Exchange. So just wait for that volume to come in. I'm going to put it on my list. I just like to watch Uber. It normally does not play well. Let's be very clear, right? It rarely gives good trading
Yeah.
opportunity, but every once in a while it'll just go gangbusters and give a good trade. So will today be the day? Unlikely, but if ever there's a chance, today would be that. Circle of Internet, CRCL, is another one that had earnings that caught my attention. Their numbers weren't bad. The revenue was a little lower than expected, but they're still in a growth phase. But they actually made money, which for a company at this stage, I was surprised that they made money, 18 cents a share, and which was above expectations. And they raised their full year guidance. That being said, perhaps their revenue being lower is what's dragging them down here as they are gapping lower this morning. I think the analyst community is a little bit mixed on them. We had a downgrade, we had a new initiated coverage of them. So and the numbers are all over the place, right? Like Morgan Stanley actually downgraded them and said that they think that they're only worth $38 a share, whereas TD Cowen initiated coverage and said no, we think they can do $82 a share. So they're a little bit all over the place in terms of the analyst expectations. But CRCL is one that we have traded, as we know, since the IPO. It hasn't been bad. It's had its
Hmm.
moments and its days. It sort of goes on the list to me with Uber, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's a crapshoot. It's had good days. Most days aren't good. So it's a strong maybe, if you will. And that, of course, then brings us to the big two, AMD and SpaceX, which we've already talked about. They're both gapping down with tons of volume here this morning. SpaceX, especially. I mean, it's already traded 12 million shares. So this thing is absolutely in play. And I think, both of these need to be on your list. We've already talked about AMD, SpaceX. I mean, this gap here is significant. And all I could say, I'm going to give myself the old pat on the back here. I told you so. And it sort of proves that Andrew is not infallible. He is a fantastic trader, but even Andrew, can take trades that didn't work out. He took SpaceX long at earnings, and he was good for all of about 10 seconds before this thing reversed and just never went back green for him, and he was not able to get out with a profit on this. And SpaceX, yeah, it did initial pop up. Like Eamon said, the numbers were good initially, but when they dug into it, of course, they're really concerned about the spending levels on their AI platforms as they continue to burn cash in that sector, and they're just look. I mean, is it going to pay off? Who knows? Elon's had a history of proving, the critics wrong, and that he's been able to make it work. Can he, do that magic trick once again? We'll find out together. But in the short term, it's gapping down. And remember, guys, we are now 1 day away from that big release of stock. There's something like almost 2 times the current number of shares that are available that are set to come out of a hold pattern and that could potentially be released to the market. These are early adopters, people that were in pre-IPO that have their restrictions being lifted tomorrow, and the expectation is that that could create some sales activity, which could take the stock down. Again, none of them could sell. They could all decide to hold. But that's unlikely, and we're probably going to see a little bit of volume flooding the market tomorrow. And today, by the way, we have some interesting news. Does anybody here like a rocket head or a space head? SpaceX, an old SpaceX rocket, I guess, is supposed to crash into the moon, and it might actually be visible from Earth. It might be visible if you have a microscope. I don't think it'll be visible to the naked eye. But apparently here in North America, you actually could see it hit. And you might see a flash as it explodes when it crashes into the moon. And certainly they have an expectation you're going to see sort of the dust plume from the resulting crash. So that should be pretty cool.
Interesting.
But anyways,
okay.
Does anybody know what time that's supposed to happen? I don't know. I just heard that it was happening today sometime. So
it actually happened. It actually happened. I had that.
Oh, did it already happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Did the moon stay in place? Are we okay? Or did the moon stay in place?
Everything is safe. Everything is good.
Okay, because I don't want you. Let's not mess up with the universe, man. We need the moon to stay in its line so we can have the water levels be what it needs to be. Let's not mess around, man. What's going on here?
No. A rocket impact is nowhere near big enough to change the trajectory.
So was this planned, or was it just happened to time in the moon? Because the moon, everything has to come around, or was this planned?
Well, not exactly. It was an old rocket that I think it had a couple of moon landers on it, and it was in a decaying orbit. And it was actually like a junior astronomer that was following it and went and calculated the trajectory, and it had generally been predicted that it was going to make a near miss of the moon, but he recalculated and said, no, I think it's actually going to impact, and that got a whole bunch of attention, and turns out he was right. So
talk about timing.
Yeah, so
anyway, yeah, that's actually had that part for the fun fact, and this is a rocket that was launched in January 2025, and after the launch, one part of the rocket stayed in space, and it had no fuel left in it. So nobody could control this part of the rocket, and people just simply forgot about it. And over time, gravity slowly changed everything, and then you get the moon on the way. So I think it hit the moon somewhere today, 2 a.m. or 2:35 a.m. Wow. But the impact was not seen because it happened near the edge of the moon.
Right.
But yeah, like we said, if the calculations were right, I mean, the rocket's probably already sitting somewhere there on the moon. But like Peter said, the interesting part is that this rocket to decide to do this unusual ending on the day after SpaceX reported earnings. So that's what's really interesting, the timing, right?
Yeah, and I didn't mean to steal your thunder on that. I didn't realize that was the fun fact.
No,
but yeah,
but it's actually,
I thought it was fun.
It is fun. Yeah.
Awesome.
Now, and well, since we're here, let's do also that today's in history fact. On August 5th, 1861, the United States introduced its first federal income tax. The rate was 3%. I mean, how much is it right now? I mean, if you do the right when it was 3%. Anyway,
it's a lot more than 3%.
Yeah, unlike for some. But anyway, it has its advantages. I'm not going to talk about taxes. Anyway, like I was saying, for people, it was only for people who were earning more than $800 a year. And it was created to help pay for the Civil War. There was just one small problem. The government had the plan, but it had no proper system to collect these taxes. So the tax raised very little money, and it was replaced with a better system the following year, and it's improving year after year. And the lesson for traders here is also simple. Having a rule is not enough. You also need a plan to follow it. A stop loss should not be ignored. And the plan works well only when there is another plan that helps you follow that plan. So that's it, guys. I'll be back at 11 a.m. with Kyle, leaving you with Peter and Carlos for the rest of the show.
All right, Eamon.
Thanks,
Take care,
Eamon.
man. Have a good one. We'll see you a little bit later, and happy trading, my friend. All right, let's continue. We got SpaceX. I'm gonna add that to my list at the bottom there. I got Uber, I got AMD, and I'm missing one. PLTR is the other one that I want to put on the list as well. So I'm gonna add that here now because I think PLTR, again, we might not see something like yesterday, but I think it'll be fun to see where PLTR goes here this morning. Already up slightly, did sell off. A lot of us were looking for the reversal, Peter. I actually took a reversal on this too. Did not work out, so I had to stop out. But into the after hours, you did get that sell-off that many of us were looking for on PLTR. So there it is. You did get the sell-off, and then today we're recovering right back to where we closed, basically. So making us slightly green after being down quite a bit. So it's a very interesting situation with PLTR in the last couple of trading hours. I think it'll be a lot of fun to keep on the list and see how this goes on the daily.
Agreed. I think it's going to be in play again today. PLTR is, I mean, yesterday was just such a phenomenal trading day. And it was one of those warning days for me because as a reversal trader, you got to be careful on the days where things just want to continue. And I've learned that lesson. Whereas, before I probably would have beat my head on that about 5 or 6 times, suffering a whole bunch of losses before finally giving up. In this case, I'm lucky to have had a small winner and then a break even. And I just said, nope, it doesn't want to reverse. I'm not going to continue to chase that, right? Because it just was one of those days, and they happen. But they happen less frequently than the reversals. So, yesterday was just what it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to, I think we cover our gap up and gap down, Peter, unless you have anything else to add. I know one we didn't talk about was
covered everything.
NVIDIA, maybe. Yeah.
No, we covered everything. I said NVIDIA is gapping higher. It's up about 1.4% this morning, whereas the entire rest of the semi sector seems to be gapping down. So it's bucking the trend today, which is actually good to see for NVIDIA because it's sort of been, I don't know, it's been the laggard here in this sector, and it's really been sort of not moving very much while everything else has been. I like where it sits on the daily too. If you look at NVIDIA, it's just over the highs that it set back in mid-July. So maybe today is a day that NVIDIA can run. I don't know, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. NVIDIA and AMD are the two that I'm going to be watching. But there's been a lot of good players in this sector recently, right? I mean, I know people, SKHY we like to watch. It's been sort of hit and miss as to whether it's nicely tradable or not, but it didn't treat me nicely on last week when I was trading it, but it's still there. Marvell, we can't ignore that. Micron, even Intel. I mean, Intel had a good day yesterday where it moved quite nicely. So I have to say, Carlos, as much as I know it's not either of our favorites, you can't ignore it because you just never know when Intel's going to put in a good move. So, and then I shouldn't forget, of course, our memory stocks. I mean, SKHY, of course, is in that memory space, but SanDisk, was pretty choppy at the open, like very, very rough. But later in the day, it actually gave a good move higher. And I know a couple people in our chat room are watching that, and it moved nicely for them and gave them a good trade opportunity. So, lots of stuff to play. We haven't even talked about Tesla, which was pretty rough at the open, but moved well yesterday. I mean, it's always in play. I'm always watching Tesla, so you got to keep an eye on that. And of course, and I mentioned in passing Apple, which I don't understand it, but you can't deny that it's been giving some interesting moves. So,
yeah, sure has. Man, so much to watch. I got AMD, SpaceX, Uber, PLTR. I am going to add NVIDIA. It was great to see NVIDIA here yesterday too, and when Elon mentioned it, we're watching the call here live. We're streaming it after hours, and right here was when Elon mentioned they're going to strictly use NVIDIA chips, and we pulled up the charts, and immediately this thing started going, right? And it did very well. Now, I'm sure there's more to it why they're moving up this morning, but that definitely, you can see the clear reaction once Elon said that they're going to strictly
Yep.
use NVIDIA. So out of all the earnings yesterday, this was probably one of the bigger winners as it moved higher, not on earnings, on a sympathy move. And the call was very interesting, Peter, too. Like listening to the call, and I know you were there for parts of this as well. And I
Yep.
love when I forgot the lady's name. She said that airlines, right? They're only in like about 3%. So a very low number, like 3 or 10% of the airlines have Starlink. So a lot of room for growth there when it comes to getting Starlink and more subscriptions. But then she mentioned the comment that just made me laugh. I'm like, you are definitely nobody's doing that. She said that people are actually looking at booking flights and taking stopovers to make sure that they're getting on planes that have Starlink. I'm like, who is doing that? Who is actually saying, I'm going to fly from New York to California, but there are no planes or routes with Starlink. I'm going to stop in Texas so I can get, two 737s with Starlink on it with United.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? I never heard of this.
Yeah.
This is no,
Dare to dream. Dare to dream.
no.
I'm sure somewhere
Nobody's doing that.
well, I'm sure somewhere there's one person that sent them a story and said, "This is what I did." So I'm
Oh
sure it's
my
happened.
goodness.
But
Yeah.
en masse, are people doing that? Come on, man. No
No,
way.
it's
No, that's not
crazy.
happening.
When she said that, I'm like, you're lying. But you're right, Peter. There's one. There's always one that
There's
did
always
that.
one.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
somebody did
that's
it. They posted it on some
X
social media on
on
X or
X.
something,
Right?
probably on X. Yeah. So like I don't doubt that it happened, but yeah, is that like driving
That's not driving.
behavior?
Right.
No.
All right. Come on.
No.
Seriously, you're gonna make your trip in less than instead of 6 hours, you're gonna make it maybe 11, 12 hours just because of
Yeah.
stopover. It doesn't make any sense. All right.
It's like the story of the
The
guy
scary
that was
part
like,
is, yeah. No, go ahead first.
well, there was like there was a story, I was reading just this weekend about a guy that like, and the headline, Carlos, was the sensational headline: "People are booking extreme routes to save money," and it was a guy that was in the UK that to go, but I can't remember, but to go between two cities in the UK to take the bus was like I don't know, like 48 pounds. But with the cheap flights, he managed to find a flight that went from the city in the UK to the Netherlands and back again for only 43 pounds. So he saved himself like 5 pounds by taking this flight that went 1,200 miles out of his way and came back again, and he saved $5 or 5 pounds. And I'm like, yeah, like
Time
sure,
costs something. you know,
exactly.
like
Like I'm sure this guy did that, but that doesn't mean that that's what people are doing on average. Like there are
right.
outliers that are going to do that just to make a point. But anyways.
Yeah, this is so interesting. But when she said that, I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna drive your business higher. The scarier part is if you cannot get on a plane for a couple of hours and disconnect, read a book, relax, and just not have to be connected and plugged into high speed internet. I think that's the scarier part, to be honest. But that's just me. All right, friends.
I I used to relish the time on planes when I couldn't get connected because that means I couldn't get email and I didn't have to work. When I was in
Yeah,
business, I
yeah,
loved the flying part. In fact, to this day, that's part of the reason why I like flying is because you're not connected and you don't have to worry about all that stuff. I could just pick up my book, I could sit and read it. I'll watch maybe the random movie that they had loaded into their
yeah. It's their little
onboard
deck. Yeah.
inventory, and it's probably something you wouldn't normally watch, and to me it was like a big break from reality and or break from life, and I used to love it, thought it was great, and that's part of the reason why I still love flying today. So
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. All right, friends, we got a great list. We got a great day coming up. So a lot of fun stuff happening here. We had tons of earnings last night, tons of earnings this morning. Disney, Uber, and some other ones that I have on here today. Actually, I have Uber and I have Disney. Hopefully, they do not disappoint me when the market opens, because those two they tend to be a little bit flaky, to say the least. So let's see. All right, Peter. Anything else before we go to our community events and announcements?
yeah, you were joking about my love for DFNS. I thought this was funny that I got this email from Interactive Brokers, my broker. I'm not sure if you can see on my trading screen if you've got that available, but
Oh, let me
in
pull
in
that
any
up.
event, I I got this email. You know how like because remember how I tried to trade one share short just to see if we could because we didn't believe the short inventory was actually there. So
Oh,
when you
yeah.
do
Yep.
that, when you do that, then you get these emails. So I got this short locate that they said, "Hey, congratulations, we've located shares for short on DFNS." I'm like, "Thanks,
Yeah.
guys. Like you're 2 days too late,
2 days
and
later. Yeah.
I'm not doing it anyways." But I like how they because you tried to trade it short, we're like, "Look what we've done for you. We found shorts for you." I'm like, "Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Go away. I'm not paying your
Don't need it
short
now.
locate fee." Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways.
that's funny. But here, do they have shorts now? And it's funny because you got the email, but I'm sure if you try to go short now, you're probably not gonna have it because they're gone. It's like
Let's
100
see.
shares left here.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I didn't
Yeah,
take
so
action quick enough. I got that
yeah,
yesterday morning. So
there you
yeah.
go.
Anyways,
All right, friends. Sweet. Anything else? Let's see. I think we are good to go. We got a
yeah.
couple of minutes. Let's take two tickers from the group here. Two tickers from you guys that we haven't looked at yet, and then we'll go ahead and look at our community events and announcements from our community here. But let's take a look. SKHY. Yes, we actually did mention this one. It hasn't been a great. It didn't treat me well. When was it? 2 days ago. We definitely
I think it
we got a
was
green yesterday.
yeah.
Yesterday actually, we got a green trade, but
I think
man,
it
it
was
was
just
tough to
yesterday.
hold through. Yeah, it was very tough to hold through.
Yeah.
But did trade very nice after that to long side. I still like this ticker. As far as today, I don't have a lot of space for it though. I start here. It's secondary.
Yeah.
It's already there. Secondary. Okay.
Last Wednesday is when I traded and did not treat me well, so I'm a little gun shy
Yeah.
from that. So it's got to look
Yeah.
exceptional for me to jump into it at this point.
Yeah, we'll keep that on the secondary list. And then MU is another one being mentioned in chat. MU, it's yes and no. I know it can trade very well. I'm not gonna have it on my list, but if you do like it,
Yeah, I
put it
mean
on there.
it looks okay.
Yeah,
Doesn't look
it's
extra
okay.
special, but it looks okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I see people are
Um.
mentioning ServiceNow. It's another mention,
Mm-hmm.
NOW. Lower volume, 500,000 shares. It's a nicey stock, so always be careful with that. I mean, yeah,
Yep.
looks okay. It's sort of, I like how it's gained some space here above the on the daily chart. I don't know if that means it's going to go back and hit the highs that it hit back in late May, but yeah, it doesn't. It looks okay, but not exceptional. It's not standout to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep an eye on it, guys. I know a lot of people like this. They looks great, but again, nothing major, or at least nothing that beats what we have already, right? Sometimes, as you say, it could be great, but what I have looks much, much better. All right, friends, let's head over to bearwithtraders.com. You can always click on webinars at the top, and you can see what we have scheduled in our community. So again, that's bearwithtraders.com. Today is beautiful Wednesday, and Peter's gonna let you know what we have coming up.
Wisdom Wednesday. Yeah, we focus on psychology assets on Wednesdays, Wisdom Wednesday, as we like to call it. And that means that we are going to be hosting Dr. Kenneth Reed, who's going to be with us once again, talking about trading in the chop. So that's important in these markets, as we have seen a lot of chop recently. And he says, that there's a specific way you can develop a mindset to navigate markets that are choppy or uncertain. So that'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. That's our signature webinar for this evening. You need to be an elite member to take advantage of that. How do you become an elite member? Well, you go to bearbulltraders.com, scroll down to the membership options, and pick any one of those that give you access to all of our webinars. And if you're an elite member, you don't only get access to the live webinars, but all of these end up being recorded and go into the library. So you can check out the entire library or inventory of thousands of hours of webinars that you can take a look at and watch to help with your education on pretty much any trading topic you might have an interest in. So check it out. Go to bearbulltraders.com, as I said, and you can find the membership option that makes sense for you.
All right, excellent, Peter. We're just talking in chat. Have you seen this daily on Meta? This daily is insane. I mean, it gapped down and it has recovered pretty quickly.
Wow.
Some couple of big days here, and the pre-market action is looking very active too, right now. So,
That's weird. And actually,
yeah,
just going back on Meta here a couple of months, like just look at it for the all of 2026. It's like it's gap so many times. Look how many times this thing has gapped, either
Yeah.
up or down. It's a very gappy type of stock. I didn't realize Meta was. It's not one of my favorite to trade, but it's definitely, I don't know, active. It seems like.
Yeah.
So
And look at this here. I don't know how much they're up for the year or down, but it looks like they're right in the
they're
range of
down on
where
the
they
year.
actually opened up at, right? So they're down maybe by a couple of points, unless they opened up around
Yeah.
here. But it looks like,
Uh,
they just keep coming up and down. The range is wild. The range is wild on this
yeah.
one. So
Based on their open on the first trading day, they opened the year at $662, and so 600. Yeah, they're down about 10% from the
okay,
beginning of the year.
okay.
But yeah, but as you say, they were down a lot more than that,
Oh yeah,
a couple of times. So
yeah.
it's wow, interesting.
Oh,
That is
very
interesting.
interesting there. Um, yeah, Meta. Again, pre-market action looks good. I'm kind of convincing myself to add it to the list, but it is Meta. Their price
It
action
is
tends to be a
Meta,
little funky, but you know what? I like the daily. I really do. I like the pre-market action,
yeah.
the daily more
Okay.
than anything. We'll put in a secondary. We'll at least look at it. Nah, no, Trade Hub. Meta is not my favorite. I could tell you that. It's not. All right. Our list is set: AMD, SpaceX, Uber, PLTR, and NVDA. I
Oh,
forgot to add
many.
NVIDIA here.
So many things.
I know it's a lot,
Yes.
but yeah, I think these are going to be some
It's a
great
lot,
stocks.
Carlos.
It's a lot. It is. But
You're
yeah,
gonna have
we'll see
to.
how it goes here. We'll see how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's not that bad once I count it. It's just 5. It's
Well,
in the
maybe just
higher end.
five. Then you got five on the secondary. That's 10. This is why
Uh,
you can watch
well,
10 stocks at the
the
open.
secondary
Go
stuff I don't look at. Now the secondary stuff I have it there, but I don't look at it. I only look at the first
on. Okay.
initial, the primary. That's gonna be on my screens. The
Okay.
secondary stuff I'll cycle through if the primary's not doing anything. But yeah, well, I won't look
All
at
right.
those
That's fair.
actively. Yeah, there's no way.
Okay.
There's no way to do that. Too much. Um,
Yeah.
all right, AMD friends, let's do some levels here. Let's get ready for our market open. AMD low, the pre-market 470 after a big disappointment if you're expecting this thing to go higher. 483.70 is up here somewhere, right over here, 473.70. We'll mark that as the high of the pre-market. Once you do that daily, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. I don't think you really need to add anything else. Next, we have SpaceX. Which can be pretty interesting today. As again, you know what? I think the earnings did okay. They didn't, they didn't, it wasn't that bad. I think they were okay. And I believe that if they did not push up so much like they did the last 2 trading days, they probably would have, just been green. They probably would have not gapped down so much. You never know, right? That's just me speculating. 110, 109.98 is the low of the pre-market here, and the high is going to be over at 116.55. So we'll mark that a little bit lower. We'll mark that there as well. And same thing here, guys. Once you mark that, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days are doing a great job. You don't need to add anything else. So moving on to the next one is going to be Uber. So Uber on here, not typically a great stock, but let's see what they do today. They're down 2.8 with some good volume, 2.5 million shares traded. High of the pre-market 74.80, the low 68.64. And in the middle, you have everything previous day close, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days are very narrow days. So not a whole lot of price action here. All the levels in there. And we already moved way in, up and down outside of that trading range for the last 2 days. Where the price action is now, there is some kind of area of support resistance here, so I'm going to mark that down. That is 70.14, so we'll do that there. Got a couple of days using that as support. Actually might be a little bit lower. It's going to be 70 exactly. Go figure, the whole dollar. Below this, it's going to be 67.41, and then right here, 65.45. This thing can move. Like if you look at the range this morning, it's pretty nice. So this thing can really move. 65.45 if things go south. It's not too far-fetched. If we want to go back green, above the pre-market high, 76.27 is a good spot. PLTR, just amazing. So many great trades yesterday, guys, in this stock. You guys crushed it. You guys did very, very well. When we looked at the moderators' trades and members of the community, you guys, I think 8 out of 10 had a PLTR as their their trading ticker. Low of the pre-market 158.01, the high 163.99. And if we move to the left here, let's get some more levels to the left. To the left, we have right in here is 153.97, and then the big one is all the way down here at 149.42. Might actually be 150, but that's a big level there. You can tell how many touches we have there. In case we do decide to go high, we're skipping through all these areas of prior resistance here, and here. Those are major areas where we came up to that 163 area and then turned around. Prior to today, we're doing the same thing. Actually, we haven't broken that. We are still right within the vicinity of this 163.97 area. Has been an issue for PLTR all year. Can we break out of that? And if we do, the next area I see is around 170. It's the next price tag if we're able to break out of that. So let's see. Back and forth between the green and the previous day closed green and red. Right now back to red this morning on PLTR. Should be a nice one to watch. And then the last but not least is going to be NVIDIA. Again, moving higher after being mentioned last night on the SpaceX earnings call. 217.48 is the high of the pre-market, the low 214. Then towards the bottom, you do have the highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. Towards the top, if we look at some levels here, I'm going to mark down 220.84. And then right up here higher, it's going to be 224.86. Once that you do that, guys, you're pretty much set on NVIDIA. Nothing else to add. A couple of really nice green days off the daily here. Green, and green. And let's see if today, if the fun can continue. All right, that's our list. Peter, what is our team watching? What is Andrew has on his list? What's the vibe in the chat? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. What's the vibe, man? All right, let's see. We'll start with Andrew since he's got his list posted. He's going to be watching a bunch of stuff, including AMD. He's got PCX on his list. What the heck is that? PCX. Symbol not found. I don't know. Maybe he means SpaceX. Maybe he forgot the S. So that would make sense. AMD, SpaceX, NVIDIA, Tesla, PLTR, and Meta is what's on his list. Kyle is also going to be watching Meta, SpaceX, NVIDIA, and AMD. What's remarkable, Kyle doesn't seem to have SMCI on his list. That's a first.
Oh.
Yeah, Mike is going to be watching just the futures. Jared's got SpaceX, AMD, Shopify, and the entire Magnificent Seven on his list. He says he's going to watch it for the range here on the SPY and see what happens. And that's it. Eamon hasn't posted his list yet, so I'm not sure what he's looking at. For myself, well, we've already talked about, obviously, SpaceX and AMD, I think, have to be on our list. Those are the big two for this morning that I'm going to be watching. I'm also going to keep an eye on some of the secondary. I'll put Uber here just to see if it does anything. I'll watch the RCL since it's had some moves in the past that I want to keep an eye on. And yeah, what about the rest of them? Yeah, and see Disney maybe later in the day, like I mentioned. But that's about it. So I'm going to try and keep it focused on those. We'll watch AMD and SpaceX primarily. Oh, of course, I'm also going to keep an eye on Apple and Tesla. I mean, we can't forget those, but I'm always watching those. So yeah, so that's my list. That's what we've got for today. Carlos has his massive list down there. As he said, he's only going to be watching the stuff on the primary, the secondary. Maybe if he feels like it. But yeah, we'll see what happens as we head towards this open. 12 minutes away.
Yes, indeed. All right, friends, we are ready. We get set up, get my market atlas and everything else in place here. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. It does help out the channel when you do that. And we have not given away our free funded account for the week, so we can do that as well. If we can get to 500 likes, we can definitely make that happen. And so definitely help us get there. Help us get there.
Help us help you. Have you done it, Carlos?
I'm getting some static, Peter. I can't hear you too well.
I'm sure. You know what that means, people. Carlos himself didn't hit the thumbs up. So hit the thumbs up. Especially if you're a regular member. Sometimes you just forget, You
just forget. I'm pushing a lot of buttons, that's the one button I got to make sure. That's the most important button I got to push is that like button, right? And I'm going to do that right now. mentioned the guy. I will never forget that guy. Well, I forgot what show it was, on CNBC or Bloomberg or whatever. The reporter asks him. He's pumping a stock and talking about, yeah, it's gonna be a great stock in a couple of years. You're gonna price blah 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 returns. And then the guy asks him, oh, that's great, man. What do they do? And he's like,
Oh yeah,
I'm getting broken up.
yeah,
Mind you, that whenever a
can't
call
hear
is breaking up, right? Whenever a call is breaking up, the first thing that goes is the video. His video was like 4K. Like, dude, we see you. We see the sweat starting to come on your pores. That's how good the stream bandwidth is right now. What do you mean you're having audio issues?
yeah,
Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it.
yeah.
What did they do? Come on.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
No, he had no idea.
No
It just
clue.
goes to show, right? If ever I need another excuse to beat on analysts, right? That clip
yeah.
is a good example.
It's a good example,
Again,
man.
I mean, hey, look,
There's some good ones.
Trade,
There's some good ones, but yeah.
I trade companies that I don't know what they do. That's okay, but I'm not going on TV pretending to be an expert on it and telling people to put it in their investment.
To invest,
portfolio.
right? Investing is a whole different
That's a
ballgame.
big difference.
Yeah.
You better have some confidence in it and know what you're talking about if you're going to tell people to invest their money in it, in my opinion. But
no, I agree 100%. Not disagree with you at all. All right, friends. We're ready. Let's get the 1 minute. Let's get the 5 minute, and just kind of review what we're watching on our main screen. It's going to be AMD. I think this will be a nice one today. SpaceX, Uber.
SpaceX has gone flat.
Yeah, pretty quiet right now. And Uber is trying to do something. PLTR and NVDA is the list today. And then a massive secondary. But again, we'll see if anything there looks good. Andrew says, good luck, everybody. No, Meta looks great, man. I got to move Meta up. This pre-market action, it looks good.
Actually.
Yeah, it does look good.
It looks a lot better than it normally does.
I feel like I'm going to miss out on something.
Well. She got the FOMO.
FOMO.
You got to take something off, though.
I know. It'll be Uber. Like, off this list, it'll definitely be Uber. That's the one that will take the hit right away. Because Uber has let me down many times.
You watch Meta, I'll watch Uber, and then between us, we got it covered. So
yeah. Oh, what did I just do? Did I mess something up here? Oh, I gotta be very careful. Okay. Gotta be very I just did like Shift T, and this thing did something weird. And guys, I keep forgetting. Do not hit Shift when you're typing the tickers, because that could be a lot of my hotkeys are with Shift. But we didn't getting anything, so we're good. No orders. All right. Perfect. I wonder what Shift T does. I have to look that up. That's not one that I normally hit. Shift T.
Oh. Do you have a program for something? Well, maybe you don't have a program.
Maybe I don't, but it did something. Terminate account. Oh no.
Okay.
Definitely don't have that one.
Terminate account.
I don't have that. Imagine everything shuts down. Oh man.
That'd be terrible.
Exit.
All right, we're well positioned for this open. So, what am I looking for at the open? I don't know. Like Uber's earnings were not bad, but it's gapping down. It's below VWAP. In Uber's case, I'd actually be looking for a pop to the VWAP, which is currently sitting at about $70.23. If we can get a move higher on Uber up to the VWAP, then I'd be looking for a short on it. We'll see what it does. It's dropping right now, but we still have a good 5.5 minutes until the open.
Which was down, Peter? I missed the ticker.
Uber.
So I go Uber. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, because I know that you took it off your list, so that's what I'll be watching for on it. We'll see if we can get an open short. SpaceX, I don't know what to do with, because it's gapping down, but it's been moving sideways for the last 25 minutes. However, it sort of generally I don't know. It's been bouncing along the bottom here. I am convinced that in the midterm, I'll say that SpaceX is going to go down more. I think it's going to be sub 100 at some point. But it's been getting support. Look at the
Mm.
pre-market, how it got support at 110, and that is a number that it's had support at a couple of times. So we'll have to just wait and see what it does. This could go either way at the open, but I'll be open for possibilities on SpaceX. And then AMD, I'm actually looking for some recovery. AMD right now is pushing higher, just above 480. We'll see if it can get back up to the 500. Hopefully, it'll give us a pullback at the open and maybe give us an opportunity to jump in. So, those are sort of the three that I'm looking at. I'm going to be looking at most directly at the open, and I can't really honestly focus on more than 2 or 3 stocks. So, between the SpaceX, AMD, and Uber, I'm going to be busy at the open, so we'll see what happens.
Yes,
And,
yes.
that may not be where the action is. That's the risk you take.
Alrighty. Very good, very good.
All right.
Just getting everything set up, guys.
Yeah, and look, AMD charging higher.
We asked yesterday, will SpaceX move higher or lower tomorrow? And what do you think? What do you think the numbers are out of 100%?
What
Peter?
did people answer? I think I remember it was around like 65% said lower.
Okay. That's you were. Yep, you are correct.
There you go. Okay.
64% at the end said it will move lower. 36% it will move higher today. So, let's see how it goes.
Yeah. The majority were right so
Majority
far.
is
anyway,
right
so.
so far, because it is. I think the majority won. It's lower for sure. We're down 11.3 this morning, and pre-market's all down.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you guys were right.
Okay. Oh, and I better turn on the chat room. Let's listen in on Andrew and
Yeah,
Brian.
let me know if he takes anything nice. What he does there. I'm gonna bring up Market Atlas. That's what I'm missing. That's all I'm missing is Market Atlas to get going here.
And I'll just remind everybody one last time here before the open that SpaceX tomorrow is another big day for SpaceX with that lockup period that is ending for a lot of the early investors in the IPO, sort of the pre-IPO investors. Their lockup period expires tomorrow, which means that, and I think the number of shares is something like I said, it's about twice the number of shares that are currently available for trading. So that could theoretically release a whole lot of shares out into the market. But, you never know. You just don't know how many people are going to continue to hold, how many people are going to sell. So we'll see what impact that. Even just a psychological concern over those shares being available could cause the stock to move. But that's a tomorrow problem, right? Not for today, but keep it in mind.
That's a great point. Like early investors, I would think you're in it for the long run. Like if you went to trouble to do all that setup,
I would think so.
I would think you're not looking to get out the minute right away. You probably want this thing to at least break even at the IPO price, open price. But yeah, just the thought of other non-early investors that, hey, this is going to plummet, just could become a fulfilling prophecy and actually plummet because people are bailing. And it's not the actual initial investors, right? So it's a good point. Yeah, good point. So we'll see. Should be interesting. We did look at Shopify, and it is in play. I don't like the way this thing trades. Look at it at the market open. Look how low the volume is usually. So typically not one that I have on deck, but it is in play. We did talk about their earnings and everything else. Looking good today, up 21%. I mean, massive gains here. All right, friends. All right, 30 seconds. Friends, get your affairs in order as we get ready for the market open. I got my Market Atlas. Everything set and good to go. Are the employees still restricted? If
Okay.
I were an employee, I might sell some to free up some cash. I'm not sure if the employers are tomorrow. Not sure who's restricted or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it probably. I bet you there's a staggered. It depends on when you got your stocks, even as an employee. Okay, here's the bell,
Yeah.
guys. So let's focus in here on the market
There we go.
again. Looking for. Oh no, come on.
All right, where's the good stuff?
All right. I think
AMD pushing lower. SpaceX. Wow, SpaceX, man. This could be a great short. This could be a great. It is a great short. Pete, did you get in on SpaceX?
No, I didn't.
Were you
Oh,
considering it?
come on. I was, but I didn't like the way it was moving pre-market. Like, I do think it's going to go lower, but it doesn't mean it was going to do it right at the open.
Yeah.
I was watching Uber for a short, but it spiked and dropped really quickly. Now I'm not quite sure what it's doing.
PLTR. PLTR showing
Oh,
some more
what
strength
the
today.
heck? Oh man, Carlos, I just tried to go short Uber and the thing dropped down like about 60, 70 cents on me and I got a horrible, horrible fill.
Oh, you
I
get filled at
got
the
filled like
bottom?
right at the bottom. That's
Oh.
that sucks.
That's shady Uber,
So,
man.
so I'm
Uber's
gonna add in here as it pops up, and hopefully it can go back down and give me some advantage. That's just mean. It's just mean.
and PLTR is at it again, friends. Mike's back in business, parceling MES 78.19. No, Mike's been traveling. But Mike, are you still traveling? Hopefully all is well with the travels. Microsoft, SKHY. Let me see. Yeah, it's moving up, man. I'm looking at PLTR for a
I'm
pullback.
getting out some. I'm putting my stop at
Yeah.
break even now. I don't like this trade very much, but I'm in it. I'm finally.
It looks good. It's just the price action could be tough, but it looks good, man. It looks like it wants to go to
I'm taking some more off here.
67,
Crazy.
41.
On the screen.
Yeah, I get it, man.
See, and I just got stopped out at break even.
Yeah,
so
price
that
action
didn't
is
last
tough.
long. Yeah, it's tough. I made some money on it. I managed to recover that trade, but I didn't like it that much. So
yeah. AMD, possible breakout here. PLTR, hopefully a pullback, and looking at SpaceX as well.
God, that was ugly. It was scary and ugly.
Nice drop on SpaceX.
Anders gone long NVDA, so you guys know.
NVIDIA, that's a good one. I think NVIDIA is good for long. I want to.
Basics.
2 minutes left for PLTR. So I'm waiting for a pullback on SpaceX and a possible 5-minute ORB breakdown. That's what I'm looking at. And you also have PLTR, same thing, but this thing is just gone. It was a great 1-minute ORB off the previous day close, off the VFs. There's a lot happening there, and unfortunately, I didn't see it quick enough. These 1-minute ORBs are so tough to trade. So let's see. Here's SpaceX pulling back. SpaceX pulling back, and I want to go check Market Atlas. Oh yeah, I'm going short SpaceX, guys. Oh, come on. The level 2 Market Atlas, you could see the weakness down to 109. Man, this pullback happens so quick.
Yeah, I don't want to chase it here, but I do.
Yeah, it took too long, man. By the time I pulled up, I couldn't find Market Atlas. By the time I pulled it up, it took way too long. You're in it, Patron? I want to get in too, man. I want a better entry. I want 110.50 or 110.75. And I had it, but
I agree. Yeah, I've been there many times where you just, he who hesitates.
Yeah, yep.
Tesla's up at the VWAP, Carlos. I don't know what it's going to do here, but what does the Atlas look like on Tesla? Uh, short
Don't want to
320.
chase. Here's 5 minutes. I'm gonna hate this decision, but I am going in, and I know I shouldn't not, but I think all the signals are short, short, short. Here's Market Atlas. People are asking me for the settings. I'll show you in a second. I'm sure, hopefully down to 109 and 108. I had the opportunity to get in higher at like 110.50, 110.75. Unfortunately, I missed it. By the time I pulled up SpaceX on here, I wasn't quick enough. Here's my settings. So if you click on config, here's my settings. 0.5x, 0, 100, and then linear 100 ms. That's my settings for Market Atlas.
Market is pushing higher here, which is working against your SpaceX trade. But
I know.
I hope
I
it
know.
works
I'm,
for
I'm,
you.
I'm hoping that, yeah, I don't have the best entry, but I'm hoping that these guys are strong enough to drag this price lower, down
Looks
to
like it. The Market
109.
Atlas looks like it, but
Yeah.
it's bucking that trend here.
See, if I had that 110.50 entry, it would have been such a better spot. Probably parceling towards that 109.50. Yeah, I might have to jump out and get back in on this when it actually plays out. Yeah, 170.
Darn it! I was just about to get in
110.75.
short, Carlos.
That's a good
Uh,
entry. Did you get in?
but no,
170.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I was thinking about it, but I just don't. It's getting too much support here.
it's getting a lot of support. Yeah.
Yeah, which is a little concerning.
The tough part about this one is that I know where the stop needs to be. The stop needs to be above the VWAP, right? But my entry is so
Yeah,
bad, I don't want to hold to the VWAP. But
yeah.
that's where the stop
I don't
needs
I
to
don't like
be.
I don't like the way
Yeah,
it's moving, so I think I'm just gonna sit out this one.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
for the moment. At least I'm not taking the trade yet. Tesla's hanging out. Apple ended up dropping here, so a
Nice,
little bit of a drop on
nice.
Apple.
Yeah, see, I
Uh,
gotta get out. Yeah, gonna
yeah,
get out on it.
that's too bad.
Yeah, why is it
Andrew's
not?
NVIDIA trade, of course, is starting to work.
Yeah, gotta get out on it.
As NVIDIA is going higher.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah. See, look at SpaceX.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunate stop there.
Oh, Microsoft, all red candles so far this morning. Microsoft just went red.
Microsoft. Wow, look at the engulfing SpaceX. Really going the other way. I don't have Microsoft on my list. Let me bring it up. Oh, that's nice and clean. All right, what else? What else? All right, PLTR, what did it end up doing? Still hanging out, huh? Didn't actually break out. Did pull back to the V at previous day close and pushed up here. Nvidia's breaking. Yeah, see that. Nice 5-minute RB. Nvidia, man, so strong. Another blockbuster day for Nvidia.
Yeah.
PLTR.
SpaceX
Meta
is
down.
surprisingly strong right now, moving higher.
Yeah, man. It's just it wouldn't break lower. Like the support that came in
No,
there was pretty good. So it would
I think
not
there's a
break
lot
lower.
of not off book, but like if we look at Atlas, they'll show you the orders that again that people want to show you. I think SpaceX it feels like it always has a lot of activity that just they're not looking to try and advertise, which just means it moves
Mm.
a little different. So Andrew, of course, is going long SpaceX. Just jumped in at 113. It's
Nice,
getting a little
man.
bit of a move higher.
What a move. Should have flipped my position above the VWAP. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Meta, PLTR. That's the part that sucks, right? When you're in a trade, then you miss opportunities elsewhere. I mean, that's part of the game. Or you can't get around that. But PLTR was a nice one here. 5-minute RB off the moving averages. Got the nice breakout, and also, which is the other one? NVDA as well. Nice 5-minute RB breakout also, up to 220. It's one of the levels that we have here. MGTE. What's GTE?
AMD. AMD
GTE.
is pushing a little bit higher. I'm not sure if it can get to 500 or not, but boy, NVIDIA turned out to be a nice trade. Of course, Andrew is in that.
Oh man, that's very nice, friends. Hopefully, taking that trade there. NVIDIA to the moon. PLTR is trying to have a day today, but right now kind of stuck.
Andrew just got out of SpaceX. Not convinced it's going to be able to go higher. Does there in the chat room. He's still in NVIDIA. He's got a big size on NVIDIA, so he's put a lot of eggs in that basket. And with Andrew, it's a very big basket indeed.
Yes, it is. That is so true. SKHY, nothing there. A little bit choppy. MU. How's Tesla? We haven't spoken about Tesla today. I don't have it on my list. Let me bring it up. Oh, Tesla on the move too, guys. Look at it go here. I'm getting above the previous day close. MU's trying to go. Meta, man.
It's about time to reinflate my chair.
Reinflate your chair? Are you on a ball?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Sitting on a big green ball.
That makes sense.
So I found every chair that I've got uncomfortable. And so it must be me. So I moved to the ball, and the ball's not bad. The only problem with the ball is my ankles end up sore because you have to sort of wedge your ankles so the ball doesn't roll around too much. But that's the point, I guess. You got to do the core strength. But it's good to keep my back straight. I just have to remember to sit up straight properly. Anyways. All right, SpaceX is pulling back. Andrew probably made a good call to get out of that. Let's see if NVIDIA's got more in it. I don't know. Looking at the atlas here on NVIDIA, and actually it does look like it wants to go up 222, 223. Both have big orders, and there's not a lot on the downside. So we'll see if it can hold above 220 on NVIDIA and then make the run higher. Andrew's even adding into it. He's going all in.
On NVIDIA? Here's his trade on NVIDIA, by the way. 1 minute ORB breakout, guys. There's the entry. Partial. I'm sure he's added some more. You mentioned here on NVIDIA now. So adding as well. So 222 on the Atlas. You see tons of orders up there. And that's what NVIDIA wants. NVIDIA wants that price tag. Oh, it's pulling back a bit now. But NVIDIA trying to aim up there.
I hope the ball never blows too. That would be
that would not be good.
It hurt my coccyx.
Yes, that would not be good.
MRVL, you're taking a look at. Let's see what it's up to. Oh yeah, made a little bit of a move over VWAP, so it went green. So NVIDIA, I don't know if it's going to hold 220. Again, I think holding 220 is key. If it can't hold 220, it's likely to go back to the VWAP, and then we need to reassess there. So, but it's so far it's holding 220. Uh,
SKHY did break up. I was looking, but stopped looking.
yeah, it did.
SKHY did break up higher. Um,
Uber's up at VWAP for the first time today, and
yeah, yeah.
I don't like the volume. The volume's dropped off pretty heavily
Well, the way it was trading
already.
to this morning for you, that was not
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, no, I'm happy that I got out of it. I feel lucky that I managed to, make that trade profitable. So I'm just, leave it behind, look for the next thing. Apple here just hit VWAP and bounced off of it. So what's Apple gonna do? I don't have an Apple. You know what?
Looking at
Close Uber.
AMD, what's the deal with AMD? Was thinking of a breakout trend AMD, but I don't like how much how it looks there. AMD, SpaceX coming back, Meta above the VWAP, PLTR having a really hard time breaking out, so it's just kind of having a sideways type morning. I say morning because that can change. Let's see what it does here at the VWAP. If we're going to see some weakness, could be interesting. At least towards the low of the day. We've got to get to the previous day close, but that could be interesting. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm watching Apple here since it hit VWAP and then went back below it. The Atlas looks like there's more orders on the short side. Carlos, I just the risk to reward is my problem. I need to take a
Mm-hmm.
dollar risk, and to get a $2 reward on Apple, it would have to go to low of day. I don't like
Mm.
counting on it making a new low of day, so it looks short to me, but I can't get the risk to reward to work at this
Yeah.
time. Let's see what it does if it moves up higher and then shows continued weakness. But for now, just watching. SpaceX. Andrew got out of that NVDA trade as it dropped back. His ad
Yeah,
moved his
NVIDIA
average
back
up.
to the VWAP.
Yeah, it did go down to the VWAP. It bounced off of that. So it's that
But
would have been a
that's
very
using,
quick
yeah.
bounce trade potentially. Wow, what a bounce on NVIDIA.
Yeah,
If you're
that's
willing to
a,
take
that's a
the
quick
risk,
bounce.
you
Yeah.
really could have got that bounce, but that was you had to be like lightning fast on that one. Andrew's getting back in on NVIDIA now, while acknowledging that he's probably overtrading.
No, I don't like Uber so much, man. The price action this morning it's kind of slowed down a little, so it looks better than it was this morning. But I don't like Uber for the break here. I actually like PLTR a little bit more. The only chance with PLTR will be this previous day close. But I like this VR breakout a little bit more. Maybe there'll be some profit taking into PLTR today. I do like this one better. I'm just gonna wait for the setup. It might take this one short. So far only one trade, SpaceX. We lost a little bit more than what we like. We lost about an hour and a half. So that's a lot more than what we like to risk on this stock. Any stock actually. Keeping to that 1 hour is important. But I knew it. If by chasing it here, if you don't have the technical stop, then it just doesn't make sense, right? Unfortunately, we got stopped out anyway, but you need that technical stop, or else the risk reward and everything else just doesn't line up. In addition to just being stopped out, right away. But let's see what PLTR does. I do like this one for a possible VWAP breakdown, and maybe there is some profit taken in it today from yesterday's actions. I don't know. We'll have to see. The only challenge here is the previous day close. Speak about Uber. These guys are listening to me. It says, join Uber One credits now. So I guess Uber One is like a
Oh,
monthly subscription. Yeah, $9 a month for Uber One. How timely. The phones are listening. How timely. That came in right now. Oh boy. All right, so here it is. Let's check how things are going. I think I'm gonna give PLTR a shot here if it can give me the signal. Confirm market atlas does look not a whole lot, not crazy bearish, more bearish, but not. Actually, no, it does look bearish on atlas. 163.50, 163.10, which is near the previous day close. All right, let's try it. I'm sure PLTR stop is going to be 164.35-ish. See if we could break the previous day close. I'm also looking at the potential to get lower on market atlas. Previous day close is right around here, and I think that would be the challenge to actually break through here. So like if we get to previous day close, we might get 1.5 Rs, but I don't know how it's going to react when we get there. Are we actually going to break down and get down to, the lower numbers that we have here will be the challenge. So let's see. Very, very choppy day on some of the stocks today.
yeah. I tried. I did
Given
try.
yeah.
I tightened my risk on Apple, and I tried to short, but it's not cooperating. So I just got out. I don't like it.
Meta sideways, SpaceX sideways, like things are just they're tired. So I think someone mentioned this in chat earlier. Maybe it might have been Melanie or somebody saying that the Bears or Bulls are tired. You're right. It might be tired. So it was a lot of
They're tired.
activity yesterday. So today things are looking a little bit tiresome. We'll find something. Just takes a little more patience to get what we need. All right, I'm sure PLTR looking for previous day close or lower.
Your mic is starting to crackle.
Yeah.
Again.
Let me fix that.
Oh.
I gotta restart this computer eventually. But I'm gonna do that in 2 weeks when I have some time off, because if you do it from one day to the next and it doesn't work, you're in trouble. You are in trouble. We'll do that. All right, right now, what do we have? POTR did move lower, 163. So about 60 cents for my entry, but can't seem to break this previous day close. We need a push down on it. The other one I was thinking about, I was AMD long, but I'm glad I didn't, because look, thinking about possible breakout, 5-minute ORB breakout on this one, and then the chart looked good, but it looks like we might have only gotten a one partial, and not even an R. So glad I didn't jump on that.
I tried to join you on this, Carlos. I got a terrible fill.
No,
I don't like my fill, but now we go. Okay, taking a partial here at the previous day close.
Same.
So,
same.
God, that was a horrible fill. I was trying to join up at the VWAP, and it seemed to spike down, and I got filled like almost 30 cents below where I was targeting. So
wow, yes, that sucks.
Yeah. So all right, but here we go. Let's PLTR.
How's Atlas looking for us?
It's a little balanced on PLTR. It's not as clear as
it's not great. It's not great. Let's just hope the momentum is the driver here. 161.
I'll be taking some off at the
87.
whole dollars just because it doesn't look real. Oh, here we go. So
Hold the line, Peter. Hold
that's
the line, Peter.
taking a partial below
Hold the day,
162.
Peter. Hold the line. Hold it.
Hold. Oh,
Uh,
what are you doing?
I
You have
I
a
took a
partial
partial
yet? Oh, you've
previous day
partial.
close. Yeah.
Okay. I took a partial previous day close and one below 162. So I got filled nicely. See if I got to make back the AMD losses. 161 would definitely be a place to take a partial because I see where it sort of
Yeah.
got there. That was sort of the low of pre-market. And then at the open, we did spike a little bit lower. Officially, the low of the day is 160.70, but that's just a spike low. So we'll see if we can even get down there.
Yeah, sorry for the background noise. Look, one of my neighbors is doing his lawn or something. But trying to get down to 161 would be nice. Trying to hold here.
161 is the biggest liquidity pool here, so hopefully it's holding here for longer than is ideal, but okay. Come on, let's go. What's your entry on this, Carlos, on PLTR? Just out of curiosity, because mine is I said mine is a lot lower than I expected. Oh, you see, yeah, you got filled at a better spot. See, I'm only in at
Yeah.
163.25.
163.25. Okay, so it's about 10 cents. It's not, no, it's a little more. No, sorry, it's a little more. I'm at 163.54.
163.50 looks like.
Yeah, 163.54. Yeah, so it's a lot more. Thought it was closer.
But that's almost exactly where I was trying to get filled was the 163.50 range, and for whatever reason it just moved quickly on me, and I got filled a lot lower than anticipated. So, okay, here we are back at the low that it just set. Let's see if we can push lower.
I'm getting impatient. It's taking too long. Come on.
It is taking a while. What did somebody just tell me, Carlos? What was that thing that they said? What's
I'm
that?
taking a partial here. It's taking too
What?
long to
No.
break
What did
down.
that guy tell me? Hold. Hold.
Yeah, I'm holding.
Hold.
I'm holding the partial button. That's exactly what I'm holding.
All
Yep.
right. Well, I took my partial early, so I guess I can't blame you for taking one here. I mean, this is basically the area that I took mine a little bit earlier on. So that's nice.
Let's see. I got it up. If you want to make it bigger.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Let's PLTR. I can show you that trade here. Here's my trade on PLTR. And you can actually see if I do this, you can see that trade I tried to take on Apple. I actually took two trades and they didn't work out on Apple. So,
Yeah. Yep.
but in the PLTR short now, and we'll see how low it goes. If it goes any lower.
Yeah, and we're not getting no love from the level
No,
two
like you
either.
said, it's taking a while, but after the big move yesterday, you got to figure that there's got to be some retracement of that. I don't know. I don't like. I'm just gonna hold here. Although I would like to. I am tempted to take a little bit more off here, but I'm gonna try and hold as I was advised.
Hey, Peter, I'll be right back.
Okay. So looking for a move down. I think I might, if we hit 162, I might take some off just to mitigate some of my risk and put some money in the bank on this trade. But I'm hoping that we hold below here and drop because there's a good chance for this thing to drop down again. 161.40. I've got a daily level. If we get through that, that might then become the level at which I will use as resistance if we can get through it. Patience. Patience. It's hard to have patience, eh? When you're just sitting here watching the thing, you know. Here we go. All right, I'm taking a quick partial here. Can't resist taking that partial. Which means I'll take a smaller partial if we get through 161.40. But I probably should have been more patient, but I'm just seeing so much resistance down there. Look at that. Okay. I hope Carlos has got a stop loss in place. You know, when you step away from the keyboard, the last thing you want is thing to come back. I know he said he doesn't normally use hard stops, but when you walk away from your keyboard, that's good to have because you never know, right? I mean, what if PLTR pops up by $1 from here? It only has to go up $1, and he'll be struggling to maintain a break-even posture. So we'll see what happens. So let's let the chat room know what we're doing. Let's see here. Put this. Wow, Uber, darn you, Uber. Uber did end up going back down to the low of day. Tough, tough trade. Tough trade on Uber. I can't help watching it since I traded it this morning, but yeah, it didn't end up being that easy of a trade. Let's see, what is AMD doing? Not much. AMD's at VWAP. We can put this up here. AMD is just let's show you guys here. AMD is just breaking down through VWAP right now. We got Tesla. Oops. Tesla, which Tesla's not doing much. Pretty choppy here on Tesla this morning. And NVIDIA, which was going gangbusters a little bit earlier, is now looks like it's entered into a chop range as well, a chop zone. So, all right, we'll see. Hopefully, we can get the move that we're looking for in PLTR. It's moving back down right now, which is good. Back down to where I took that partial. So if we can get, like I said, below 161.40, I'm going to take the other half of that partial off. Because with how choppy this is, I'm not sure that I can trust it. Also, we've seen support here a few times on PLTR down in this range. So it's possible, in fact, even probable that this thing could spike down and then come right back up. So gotta be careful on that. See what we got. Keep an eye here on the, yeah, see now we got orders building. There's a whole lot of orders, 162. So somebody's trying to goad this stock higher, I think. Got a nice short on SpaceX. Nice, Yamaha. Yeah, come on, I'm looking for this push lower here. Oh, it just keeps getting support. Hold. Hold. If it breaks, I think it's going to break hard. I just, you know what? I'm taking a partial. I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm taking a partial here. It just looks like it might bounce up. I will take more off if we get lower, but I'm going to start, just putting some money in the bank just because I don't like how often it sort of held this support line. It might break. The worst that I'm doing is I'm costing myself future opportunity, but you know, sometimes that's what you got to do. SpaceX, you're watching for a short. What is SpaceX up to? I don't doesn't look like a short to me right now. All right, I want Carlos to get back soon. I'm worried about his trade because if this thing pops up again, I feel like it's going to move violently one direction or the other, as it's been winding itself into a knot here.
Wow, it's not doing anything.
Oh, you're back. Oof.
I'm back.
Now, when you stepped away, did you put a hard stop in, or was it just you were just freestyling?
Yes, I did. No, I did.
Okay.
I did put a break-even
thank
stop.
goodness.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay. Oh, good.
Yep, yep.
Good. All right. Well,
And if
I
I'm
had it
gonna
while
take a
you were
little bit
gone.
longer. What did
While
you
you were
do?
gone,
Oh,
I
I
ended
see.
up
Okay.
I ended up taking 2 partials because it just was holding that level too many times. So that partial
Yeah, I
that I
might do the
wanted to get,
same.
I wanted to get below 160, 140, and instead I broke that partial into 2 parts and took both of them off, as you can see there. So we'll see. If
Yeah.
it gets lower, I'll take more off, but I feel like I'm mitigating risk now. Oh,
Yep.
here we
I
go.
don't
There you
blame you.
go.
Okay,
There's
here
the
it
break.
is.
Finally.
Can we get to 161
Oh,
before the next
no, see,
partial
oh,
here?
I don't think so. I think it's really getting some support
I
here.
say want to sell down, and Atlas is not helping us. Like, there's not a whole lot of demand to the downside.
I'm taking a little bit more off here just because it's this 160, 140 I think is important. I have got a daily level there, so I'm going to obey my daily level that I had set at some point in the past. I don't know when, but
Yeah. I think I should too. Yeah, I think I am going to as well.
It's all good. I mean, it might go lower.
Yeah. No, it's no point. I mean,
I hope it does. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go below 161.
Why does this happen?
Wow, it just keeps popping right back up though. Every time it gets, it gets.
But it's so funny. Like, you have to look at the replay. Like, literally 2 seconds after I partial, this thing drops another almost a dollar. Oh, not really. No, not a dollar. A couple
40
cents.
Anyways.
Yeah. Yes. But no, it doesn't look. It's struggling so much to sell down. I think it's going to be a long. So let's take some money off the table here. So another partial for me, guys, right over here, and I might not even let it go back up above. It's definitely not above a previous day close for sure.
Right.
Not above that, but I don't know.
Our trades look similar. I have a few more partials now, but thank you, Carlos, for pointing this out. I wasn't keeping a sharp eye in PLTR, but you noticed it, so I decided to follow you into it because it looked good to me as well. Worked out for both of us.
Yes.
Nice.
Let's see what it does here. And Andrew, let's see what Andrew's up to. Let's see what Andrew's doing here.
Still working NVDA here.
Yeah, wow, look at the massive order. So here's Andrew's trade, and he added partial, stopped out, got back in, stopped out, got back in, and now he's looking for the break here again, right? So one really, I mean, this is the big winner here, right? This one here, and then he's looking for the next one. 222, 225 has a bunch of orders. He's calling this out. That's 344,000. It's a lot. 222, same thing, 140,000. So you got all the liquidity all the demand to the upside. It's pretty nice. Let's see if NVIDIA can deliver. As we're trying to see if PLTR can at least go down to the low of the day. Low of the day, all sins are forgiven for PLTR. Excuse me, PLTR.
Yeah, PLTR is a funny stock because if you look at the Atlas, it depends on your zoom level, right? I don't know if you can do both my screens or you've got the other screen anyways, Carlos. Right?
I could do the other one too. Yeah, hold on.
Just on PLTR, I just find it fascinating. Like if you zoom in really close, it looks pretty balanced, but with maybe a bigger order up here at 163. But then you just zoom out a little bit, and then suddenly the big order is down at 160. You zoom out a little bit more, right? And then the big orders up at 165. So, we
Yeah.
got successively larger orders farther away from the price. So you got to be careful, right? It all depends on like, how long are you willing to hold? How big of a move? Like, the farther out I zoom, the more the orders are on the top side, which makes
Yep.
PLTR look long. So that's why you've got to, you sort of got to zoom at a level when you're looking at this order book, basically as to how long are you looking to hold. Being that Carlos and I are playing for a fairly short period of time, like, we're not looking to be in this for the next few hours necessarily.
Yep.
It looks like, we have to sort of look, short term, but understand that
Mm-hmm.
if it doesn't do that, it's likely to go to the bigger, longer term play. So,
Right.
anyways,
Right.
we'll see. We're heading back to the VWAP, sorry, the previous day close right now. So we'll see what it
Yep.
does. Again, I agree with you, Carlos. I think if this goes above previous day close, that might be a
Yeah. I'm
point
out.
just to cut the
Mm-hmm.
trade. Just
Yeah.
because if it goes green, it's likely to continue, especially if the market. I mean, I'm watching, of course, the SPY and the Qs, and if they start to move higher, then PLTR is likely to go along with it. So,
Yep.
maybe these markets will drop and pull it down, but. Andrew's saying that today was not an easy day, and I would agree with him. It hasn't been as
Mm-hmm.
easy. It's not like yesterday when if you got into the right thing, they just ran and ran and
Yeah.
ran and
Yeah.
ran, right? Not everything, but a few things did. Today, yeah, it does feel a little more challenging. Oh, I so much want this short on Apple. It looks like it wants to go short again. Where's Apple?
Here it is. I think Andrew's about to get filled on his order. Let's take a look. He's got his order. Limit order up at 222.22. 222.
Yeah, Carlos, we're just going green here on PLTR.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. We don't get a drop right now. I'll get out of it. I just don't think it has it.
Yeah, I don't know what to do either.
Let's see how this candle closes. We got 10 seconds for this candle to close. Let's see how it closes. Oh, jeez. Look at that. I'm out.
Yeah,
this thing doesn't want to go short. Yeah.
No.
I was going to try to wait for the candle to close to see how it does. But yeah, this thing doesn't want to go lower. So I'm out of it. Take the rest off on it.
I ended up so close to my stop that I'm like, I might as well just hang in here.
This is wait,
And,
yeah. Yep.
I had no profits, unrealized gains left to protect, so I'm still in it. It's only 30 cents below my entry right now. 20 cents now.
Andrew failed on his trade on NVDA. He had his limit order there, waited, was patient. He sucked because this thing just came down. It's like, come on already, get up there. Then boom, finally shot up, and he got the partial. It's so funny. I'm trying to zoom into Andrew's charts. You know how we zoom into our charts with a scroll? Yeah. I got the curse. I got the curse over his chart. I'm trying to like zoom in. I'm like, that's not your chart, dude. That is not your chart.
You can't modify his charts.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. I don't know. Let's take a look how this looks. I know it's a monster trade on NVIDIA. That's not bad. Because he did have some losses, but look at that. 2,700. Another 16 on the way and higher if it keeps going. So good stuff on AMD. I forgot he traded AMD today. My goodness. Nice. AMD. And he got out of that one too. So that was a quick one. All right, there it is. Andrew doing his thing on AMD and still in NVIDIA. He's looking for it to go higher, and level 2 Atlas says it does want to go higher. All right, hola, PLTR. Peter, you might survive here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Andrew saying hello.
Let's go back.
Let's go back to
add
Andrew.
in this and just take the risk, because if it goes higher, then so be it. It's going to stop me out anyways.
Yeah. No, I like that. You survived that pullback. There it is. Chat is doing their thing. Let's listen in. What they're talking about. We could listen into what's happening in the chat.
All right.
Do I have the button? Ooh.
I've added to my short here.
Oh, Peter.
With the stop,
with the
just
aggressiveness.
163 now is my break even. So, but
Yeah.
I added into this. Figured, what the heck? If it's going to stop me out, it's going to do it anyways. I might as well
Yeah.
get some more size on here. So, see if it works.
Yeah.
Get some more
Oh.
size on here. So, why am I hearing myself being echoed?
Oh, I know why. That's me, not you.
Time for coffee.
There it is. Time for coffee. That's me.
Good time for coffee
Okay.
It is good time
or
for
lemon
coffee,
water.
actually. I got my coffee right here. I just filled it up.
Or lemon water.
Never a
What
good
did the
time for
boss
Here we
do?
coffee.
Here we go. Here we go. We're
Peter.
going. We're
Yeah,
going.
here we
Bend
go.
the knee.
We're going, baby.
Echo now.
Yeah.
You got to bend the knee on the coffee, Peter.
What's a daily look like on NVDA? Damnation.
Clear. The daily is very clear toward 220.
Come on.
Why?
So far, my ad is working.
Your ad is amazing.
Let's see here. I can show you guys this.
Why did you do
chart.
this? Fuck it.
There we go. You can see my new break even 163.01. So I added strategically such that put my break even just at 163. I didn't want to add more than that. But
Nice. That's a great ad. Great ad.
SpaceX
we'll see
is.
if it pays dividends.
Yep. When will be the next retreat like those in Egypt or Thailand? We haven't talked about one retreat in some time.
No. You know,
Um,
it's going to be wherever Andrew gets an itching to go to. That's usually how it works.
Mhm.
Wherever he decides he feels like going next, that's where we end up. But
that's it. It usually ends up being good places.
yeah.
Look at this.
You know, I'd
Look
love
at
to
this.
do one. I'd love to do one to Japan. I really want to go to Japan. So maybe
Yeah.
we could do that. That would be cool.
I don't know, man. Japan. I don't know.
The trading time zone would be terrible. What
Well, I'm just thinking about the flight.
Oh, well, yeah, look, you're gonna go somewhere exotic. The flight's always gonna be a
that's
little
true. No, that's true. Just like but yeah. We go south. There's South America somewhere. There's mountains. We gotta go somewhere there's mountains. He likes mountains.
He likes mountains. How about Ecuador?
Ecuador or Costa Rica. I heard is beautiful. I've never been.
Costa Rica, yeah, Costa Rica.
Brazil. Eventually, got to go to Brazil. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Never been. So
We'll help Andrew pick a place, anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe go. Well, there's no mountains. New Zealand. There's mountains there, but that's like a terrible flight. If you're worried about the flight, but there's mountains. It's very. I love New Zealand. Haven't been there in a while. Wouldn't be well. Depending when we go, it would be summer there. Carlos.
I'm looking at it, and just look at my chart, Peter. Look at my partial. Seriously?
Yeah. All right. I'm taking a partial here. I'm taking off some of what I added. So look at that, babies. That
nice trade, Peter.
That ad actually worked. It's usually the ad it just gets me stopped out.
We're not great at them, that's for sure. But this is a good one.
But that one worked. So all right, why not? Be aggressive, right?
Yes.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. From a kid show. I don't know what show that's from. From a kid show.
Good, very good.
My new break even. You can see it on the chart there. It's 163.01 is my new break even. There you can see that little gray thing on the margin. That's sort of indicating my break even. So I added enough purposely so that it would just put my break even at 163 because I didn't want to go with the stop any lower than that. So we're good. Oh my goodness. Oh baby.
Look at the move. This is it right here.
Oh, all right. I'm taking another partial here. I got to take advantage of that.
Yes, Peter. Down. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Hot diggity dog. Oh, now Carlos. I'm having a great day now.
Oh, absolutely, man. That's a hell of a trade. It's a hell of an ad, too. So
yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay.
Very, very nice.
And actually, I owe this to you. I got to give you credit for that because
Well, I'm glad you was able to get in it, but man, you traded definitely much better with the adding and the partialing now, so that's awesome. And I knew it too. I'm like, let me wait. Let's wait for this candle to close, and then look at that. Get out and look at the drop. You never know.
yeah.
You never know.
Oh,
All right, the weakness is settling in on a PLTR. Nice new low of the day here. As it's breaking to that 160.71. That was your low there. So setting up a new one. And that is trading well.
lovely, lovely, lovely.
Let's see what else. What else is going on?
Oh.
Disney, quiet. Well, what happened between 10 and 10:10 on Oracle? 10:10. I'm sorry, 10 o'clock and all the way to 10:08. Did you guys have that? Empty.
Oracle?
Is that just me? What's that?
Here, my Oracle chart looks normal. Here, let me pull it up on the screen. What are you where are you talking about?
Do the 1 minute.
Yeah, looks fine. What do you
How am I
see?
looking at?
Oh, why? Yeah, why do you have no data?
I'm
I
sorry,
have data.
Circle of Internet, not Oracle.
Oh,
Circle of
oh,
Internet. Excuse me.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, I have data.
What's
Is
up
it
with that?
halt? What you have looks like a halt. Let me just make sure I've got blank bars. Hold on. Oh, you're right. No, it looks like it got halted.
Halted for what?
I don't know. But yeah, I've got the same thing.
But I don't have the
Blank
T.
bars.
I don't have. You know how you usually have the halted on the little thing. I don't even have that. Look, it usually will say halt here.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Disney has the same thing between 10 and 10:05.
Huh.
Mm,
That is weird. Hold on a sec here.
what's happening?
Yeah, that is
Um,
odd.
Frank, you don't have that? What chart are you using? Are you using Dash Trader Pro with Interactive Brokers? Let's make sure we're matching apples to apples. Just those two. Just notice that on Circle of Internet and Disney. Dum dum dum.
Wow. I really took advantage of the market dropping, and that was I'm sort of lucky, Carlos. This ad, the only reason why I'm still in this trade and was able to add to it is because that spike through the previous day close was so fast. If it had been a slower move, I probably would have been out like you. And this is probably the event because it brought it so like I was literally within 10 cents of my break even. I'm like, well, there's no point getting it
Just
now.
let it, let it play out.
Just let it stop me at break even. Because otherwise, I'd said I was going to get out if it went back up above the previous day close. But again, it just happened so quickly that I was like, well, what the hell? Might as well just wait now. So interesting how that happens sometimes. But all right. Beautiful. I am really quite happy with this trade.
I'll show you how we get that window. Where is that? Oh, what did I do? Did I close it? Hold on. Close the montage by mistake. Let me open it up. I was trying to move it over and I hit the X button. Here it is. So people were asking, how do you get that little window that tells you what's kind of like the information, what's short, what's available, this and that. You click on this S here, just double click there, and you're going to get this little pop-up, right? And it'll tell you if it's shortable, and I'll give you some information on here. If it's halted, it'll tell you trading halted at some point, or trading resume. It'll give you a lot of details here of what's going on. Short selling restriction, if that's the thing, In
the new version, Carlos, I have to hold down the button for that box to be visible. It won't just stay up like it does here. Like how you showed it to us and you have to hit OK to get rid of it. I the new one I have to hold on it or it
It
won't
won't
stay
stay.
visible, which is weird. I don't know if that's a setting or
Interesting.
something that I have to fix or change, but
Yeah.
it's that new. I'm not loving that new version of software.
You're not
I
loving
gotta
it.
admit, I am not. And I'm using, like I said, I'm
Yeah.
using the older version. I guess like you, because you're still using the old version too.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah. This is the older version that I
my
have here.
version's older than yours, I think, because I'm on. Yeah, I'm on a build from January 2023.
How do you
5.
see that?
Oh, just go to help and then about, and it'll tell you which version you're on. So here's the version that I'm on, 5.7.5.6.
5.7 5.7.3.0 for me.
Oh, you're on an even older version.
I don't play games, man. I'm an old school guy. You know?
Damn. When was yours built then? What's the build time on yours?
October 7, 2022.
Oh, so you're like a
Like,
whole okay.
Don't touch my stuff. Like don't touch it. Everything is working. You know, trading is going well. Don't touch my stuff. I
guess
I didn't even want to get rid of my chair. You know, I changed it for you
I was
guys.
about to do that.
Yeah, I don't want
was
to change
about to
anything. This
bring
is
in the
difficult
chair.
enough.
That explains the chair. Carlos
Yes.
is afraid of
Don't
changing anything.
change
he's
anything.
wearing the same underwear he's been wearing ever since.
Same
he started
underwear. I leave it
trading.
hanging in the
Very-
office. And I come
very
with a fresh
superstitious.
underwear and I put the trading underwear. I just don't change anything. You know? What's that smell? Don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right.
Don't ask
I
no
think
questions.
we might be on the verge of TMI here. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There we go.
Andrew's pretty much out. He's had another great trading day, having booked,
Yes, beautiful day.
booked another $27,000 on the day. What a guy, man! Making 20 to 40 grand every day.
Amazing. Agree. Don't fix what is not broken, Melanie. I'm with you. Oh man. All right.
I would suggest if he's not washing the underwear, that's broken.
That's broken. Yeah. Agreed.
And once again, I feel bad for your wife. So
Yes.
that can be,
You will
that can
not be
fun.
having that. I'm shorting
There.
Carlos shorts.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, they're about to walk out on their own.
Absolutely.
Carlos has to chase them around his little trading shed there every morning just because.
Yeah, come here. We need to trade. Oh my goodness. Gotta love it.
Gross but hilarious.
Yes.
All right, we got trades to share. I don't know if you want to do that now, but
Yeah, let's do that now. Yeah, let's do that now. Let me get my little.
because it'll distract me from PLTR, and maybe I can just let it work.
Yes.
Because it's bounced back up on me. I'm still in the green on it. I'm just trying to let it work here. So we'll see what it does.
All right, Andrew's asking chat, how did you guys do? As you guys answer that, I'll show you how the moderators and the members did. So let me just open this up here, and we'll go like this and like this, and we'll start with John. Where's my? No, that's not it. This is it. We'll start with John. John, as usual, guys, same strategy. Different stock, long high of day breakout, right? That's his thing. This is what he looks for every single day. Focus like a sniper. High of day breakout on MU. Here's his stop. That's where he says, "Hey, this trade's no longer valid. I'm out." And then all out once he hits his target. He's not worried about what happens next. He is. Here's what I'm trying to do. Here's what I'm trying to get. I'm out, and that's it. One and done. At least on this stock here for John. So good stuff there. Paris taking short on Shopify, which was in play today. Well, actually, not bad. Not bad on Shopify. Normally doesn't trade this clean, but look at that. Got in here and just partial. Didn't really get a signal to add on this one, so it's all straight down for Paris. Great trading here. Here is Tesla for Eamon. So Eamon puts up here, got in on the trade, parceling into strength. So Eamon, great stuff. You'll learn more about this later when Eamon comes on around 11 a.m. Next, Andrew on NVIDIA. Andrew on NVIDIA got long. This is the big winner. Got in, added 1 minute ORB. A lot happening here for the breakout. And then you can see here parceling into strength. And I already showed you guys also the level 2, right? The level 2 he was looking at. He had 222 there for a while. Tons of orders, even higher. So demand has been all to the upside on NVIDIA. Added here, did not work out of the trade. And then it got back in, stopped out again. And then another big winner here, got back in, and then this time did hit that 222. He has order up there, and I believe he might still be in it or been taking some parcels. So good stuff there. And many members after that also traded NVIDIA. So here's Milad, NVIDIA in our community got long, parceling, added, and look at the parcel into strength. That is pretty nice. Verac also NVIDIA. Again, it was an NVIDIA day today in the chat, guys. A lot of people trading NVIDIA. Market analyst was confirming the long today, and many people acted to that. Here's the entry, adding, and then the one big partial at 220. That is massive. That's a $3 plus move on that partial from entry to the partial. So good stuff. Harvey, what else? NVIDIA is NVIDIA. So there we go. NVIDIA long added into strength. Here's the stop he has set. And just parceling nicely on that big move. So that is awesome. Who else? Why not? Let's keep going. NVIDIA. Add it in 1 minute ORB there. So add it long and then parceling into strength. Great job there using Thinkorswim as the platform. And using Trading Terminal as the platform here is Walcott. Got in long on MU. Oh, something different. MU. Long here. And then parceling into strength. Big move up on MU. That's a nice move. So using the Trading Terminal platform. Tom H with the Lakers colors coming in. Long added NVIDIA, of course. And then parceling very nicely into strength. Getting all out when the stock seemed to be deteriorating a little bit as well. More NVIDIA. Salim, our good buddy, entering, added, got in. Added, and then took the big partials into the big move here. So again, you're seeing a lot of NVIDIA. Many members of our community trading this stock today with all the great signals that it has. Also watching Andrew live trade as well. I'm sure helps a little bit get that confirmation. Be your own trader, but it's nice to have the confirmation from someone that's been trading over a long period of time. So that helps you a lot, right? So added some more, then parceling into strength. Added, did not quite work out. Got back in, partial. And there it is, Paul doing some pretty good stuff. More NVIDIA. Reese, NVDL, same thing. Added on here. A stop loss is set. Parceling into strength. Got all out. Just beautiful. Great stuff. Oh, let's look at the SPY to make that decision. The SPY was getting weaker, and they decided to bail on the rest. There it is, man. Incredible, great trading. NVIDIA today, the winner for a lot of people. I'm sure in chat as well here on YouTube and X, you guys also did very well with that one. And yeah, good to see. Really good stuff.
Yep, good trading. And like you pointed out, and John made the same comment. Noticed how a lot of our members were following Andrew. It looks like, or trading NVIDIA along with him, whereas all of our moderators were trading different things. So that's I think that's probably comes. I mean, there's nothing wrong. You can follow somebody, but just know you're not going to get the same fills. You're not likely to get the same opportunities. So hopefully they were seeing the trades on their own, and it just happened to be the same thing that Andrew's seeing. That's good confirmation. If you were just following along with him, that's not so good. That's not our.
And I think there's a right way to do it too, right? Like don't follow him and throw the whole bank at the trade. like if you're trading very small, you say you're risking a little bit amount to learn and just kind of get the feel for, okay, let me mirror someone and see how I do. Make sure the risk is appropriate. It's for you, not that you're just taking 1,000 shares because you're following one of the best traders in the world. That's not good. But following, you can learn from it, and then you can build your own strategy, what works, what doesn't. Just make sure that risk you're controlling it and that you're learning, so then you can do it on your own. right? And you can spot your own ideas. That's the key thing. So one of the great things about being a community, so many different options to look at things what other traders are doing, get ideas, and just learn how to read the market a little bit better. I'm thankful for Carlos' view-up strategy. I took PLTR breakdown 5 hours in the bank. Nice, Mojito. Really love that. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it was a great trade. I wish I would have survived this pullback. But I really thought, hey, this thing is just, it's not giving in. But it gave us a nice little leg lower here that Peter did take advantage. But advantage with the ad, right? The ad, that's what made it even better. Because from here to here, you're not making much. But the ad now, that's the cherry on top when you can get that move. So
a little bit of a bonus for me.
Yeah.
So I'm still in this.
Yep.
Hanging in there, as you can see. Just sitting tight, not doing much.
Sweet.
Waiting. I mean, if we break below 160, I'll take another partial. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to sit and wait. And as you can see, my break even, I'm in a good spot now because my break even is above the VWAP. So it's got to go through the previous day close and the VWAP to go get to my break even with the ad. And yeah, I can just afford to wait. Maybe I'll still be in this all the way through this afternoon. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. The big advantage I've got, I like on these trades, is sometimes if we really see weakness this afternoon, then I can afford to add, at sort of lower levels, right? And then we can see if we can just get sort of a really big move. But I mean, I'm not expecting that necessarily, but just look at a daily on PLTR. It gives you an idea of how far you could potentially have, right? If we look at the daily chart here, look at this giant candle we have from yesterday. So this thing could drop, we could drop $10 from here and still be within the range that we set upwards yesterday. So let alone the gap, right? I mean, so there's lots of downside room for me if this thing chooses to drop. I'm not thinking that it necessarily will, but I'm in a good position should it happen. Then we'll have an interesting conversation tomorrow, Carlos and I, won't we? Carlos will be angry as I rub his nose. I mean, as I talk about my trade. What happened to Carlos?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
He's there. All right.
I'm here. I'm gonna see if I can get Paris. I want Paris to jump in, talk about his trade. Take calls to the bullpen. I want to call the bullpen.
Okay.
Let's call the bullpen.
Getting a call up.
Yeah.
Call up. Yeah. Why not?
We should have a segment. Call to the bullpen or something. I don't know. Some kind of segment where we get our other moderators on the line and just kind of see what they could talk about their trade. They don't got to be on for long. They could be on for 2 minutes. But let's see. I message Paris and see if he's around. Might not be around, but let's get them on the line because his trade was pretty nice. His trade, we know how everybody did with NVIDIA. I get it. But his trade on Shopify, man, that is very, very nice. Boom, 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 boom. All the way down here. So great short. Great stuff from him. All right, let's go around and see how our secondary list did. SKHY, not much. Finally breaking down here, but I think that's happening overall with a lot of tickers. Disney did nothing, and I still don't know what this space is here for. The space between Disney and Circle of Infinite. It's so interesting, just those two, at least for me and Peter. Those two got a gap there on 10 for like about 8 minutes. Circle of Infinite did absolutely nothing, guys. And this is a hit or miss you're talking about earlier, Peter. Like, it's just you got these days where it does nothing. Today, Circle of Infinite did nothing. Intel, I didn't see anybody take a trade on Intel. It was a good short here. That was nice. So that was awesome.
And apparently, there's a 5-minute period where it literally did nothing, but maybe that's just the data.
Yeah. So
did you get a
what's up
call
with
up?
that?
You didn't get a call up from the bullpen? I haven't heard.
Oh no, the bullpen's getting ready. He just texted me like,
Oh,
absolutely. Let's get the.
Oh yeah, he's got to do his hair. I always forget. He's got to do his pretty hair.
I'll tell you, just come in. You don't even got to put the camera on. So you can stay there in your underwears if you like. Just come in and talk. All All right, let's get him in here. Let's talk with Paris and talk about this amazing trade he had. Mm. All right, excellent. But Intel broke down pretty nice. Actually, going lower now, seeing some weakness on Intel. Peter, you're still taking advantage of that trade. Is that going good?
I got nothing to do.
Yeah, but sit and wait.
Sit and
That's
wait.
okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Still looking for other trade opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing yet, though. Look at Tesla's just decided to go sideways. It's not doing anything right now. Apple, SpaceX. Wow, it'll be interesting to see what SpaceX does tomorrow. I really don't know what the reaction. I honestly think the reaction is going to be to the downside, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it's you never know. Like it
Yep.
just feels with all of that excess inventory. Again, even if nobody sells, the perception or the fear of people selling may cause other people to get out, which
Yeah.
could cause it to drop. But I don't know. I mean, I still think SpaceX is going below 100 before it makes a recovery. I mean, the earnings were encouraging, I think. Their spending, of course, is still a concern, but
Yeah. I think we have Paris, my good friend. How are you? I think we have him on the line. I don't hear him yet, but I see him connected.
yeah, I see them connected too.
We'll see what he has to do here on his
All right.
incredible Shopify trade.
AMD,
Ooh.
NVDA.
SpaceX held, didn't sell any lower. AMD, on the other hand, still back below the VWAP. Feeling some of that weakness right now.
Well, I assume that you're pretty much done for the day, Carlos. Not looking at any more trades.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything else that I like. So pretty much done for today. Stop loss on SpaceX. We lost a little bit more than what we like. We recovered that, thankfully, with PLTR. So it's not a great green day, but we did recover the losses, which is nice.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I tried to trade later in the afternoon because we were hanging around anyways and watching the stock, some of the earnings. But we'll see. We'll see if we get some more opportunities. But probably not. Probably not.
That's fair. I understand.
Hopefully, you guys had a great day in chat as well. It looks like a lot of people did. Look, based on all the trades we just looked at from today in the community and the moderators, looked like a lot of traders did well today. I think we have Paris, but I'm getting an echo. All right. Paris, you just have to lower the mic, lower the volume. But I think we hear you. How you doing, my friend?
Right. Paris, just lower the.
I hear your voice echoed, but I can't hear Paris. There you go. Now I can hear you.
No.
Now, yeah, we got you, man. How are you, my friend?
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we got you,
Paris,
man.
you
How
seem
are
to be
you?
listening to us through the replay, not the actual meeting.
Yeah. You gotta make sure you turn down YouTube or something. Make sure you mute YouTube.
Okay, one second.
It's kind of like the callers that call in and they have the radio on and the announcer tells them, no, turn down the radio.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear you now. That's the
Okay.
problem. So
Paris has got this
Oh.
same problem Kyle had. What's he doing, man? Can't figure out the setting.
Oh. That's interesting.
let me see what I can do.
All right.
All right, I'm still short PLTR while he's working out the technical stuff. We're moving back down, but on a slower pace, which I actually like. That's a good sign. I'd love to see this week for the rest of the day. But I'm not getting overexcited. Just hanging on here. Again, I will not
you
be
might
looking
get another,
for a partial
another
until
leg
below
down.
one. Yeah, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Below 160, I'll take another partial. I mean, if it goes below 160 aggressively and stays below 160, then I'll wait, and I'll only take a partial when it comes back up through 160. So we'll see what happens when we get there. Otherwise, yeah, it's sit and wait. Try and keep my hands off the buttons as much as possible. Just let this work.
John, I love that. Blow on the cartridge. If you're a Nintendo player, oh man, the cartridge.
That's old school. Yeah,
I used to put
Atari?
them on the. Did you put them on the fridge?
The fridge? No.
I used to put them on the fridge too. That was one thing. Put them on the freezer for like a couple of seconds. All kinds of craziness. Paris, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, my friend. Awesome.
Yeah, it was my bad. I was routing my speakers into a different place. So sorry about that.
No, it's all good,
Yeah,
man. It's all
welcome.
good. But listen, we want to
Good
get you on for a couple of
Peter,
minutes.
Carlos.
Oh, it's great to see you, man. I feel like we don't talk enough.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a long time. I haven't seen you. We're gonna figure some a new get together now. New
We were
place,
thinking
new
about that. A
location.
new ghetto, a
We were
new
just talking about that. Where in the world would you want to go, Paris? Because we were talking about different options.
I was thinking Australia.
Australia, really? I was saying New Zealand because it's got mountains for Andrew to climb.
Yeah, I think New Zealand would be good as well. But Australia, because you've lived in Australia and you could be a really, really nice guide for us.
Yeah, I'm happy. I can show you all the fun places I learned while I was there. That would be great. I was also suggesting Japan, and I didn't think of you, but Paris. I would love to hit a karaoke bar in Japan with you one of these days. That would be fun. Be a lot of fun. Can you imagine?
That would be a lot of fun.
Can you imagine that? A whole bunch of sake and Paris and I belting out some tunes at a karaoke bar. We lost
Everybody's gonna run away.
Well, that's okay. I don't care, buddy. As long as we're arm in arm there, we'll belt out some song. It'll be awesome. We'll have fun. Who cares about
I
anyone
would
else?
love that. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Carlos, you want to sing with us?
Great. Yeah, actually, I will sing with you guys, but I don't know. But what we all want to sing is this trade.
We'll have to find a song that we all know.
Yeah, I'm sure we won't have a hard time doing that. But Paris, before we let you go, man, we're admiring your trade here on Shopify. You did an amazing job. Just awesome. So walk us through it, man, because not a lot of people I think were watching Shopify or traded it. But yeah, fill us in on your thought process here.
So my thought process was on Shopify. First of all, it has a catalyst. They came up with an earnings. It was gapped up 20% at the in the open. And one of the things that I always realize is when things are consolidating on Shopify. I don't know if I can share my screen, but if you look at on a daily chart on Shopify, it's basically it was a close to how many months of consolidation from February until yesterday. It was just consolidating between a 135 and 105. So they are just so what a lot of sellers who were trying to short, and the sellers or buyers who were trying to buy at those areas would, when the things go gap up, when they move out of the range, and when they move out of the range with that big of a percentage, that usually is a sign of first move has to be a sell. And the reason is because when a stock has moved 20%, let us say a stock moved a 7% or 6% or 8%, then there is a lot of room for it to go to for a big cap companies like Shopify or big cap companies like other, they usually move in the range of 7 to 10%. But when they have certain catalysts, certain moves which have already been accounted in the pre-market, and as in Shopify, it was up 20%. One thing that I wanted to see was the first move has to be a sell. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for sellers to start slamming the bids on the tape and starting to see where are the sellers taking over. So if you look at the first minute or so, there was a volume, but it wasn't a strong volume. It was like this the volume was there, but it wasn't strong popping up in a very strong heartbeat. But the second minute, I waited, and it came to a very important what do you call resistance area around the 152 level. That's when I was started seeing a lot of slamming on the bids. And at the open, if you are a momentum trader, and when you see something like that, the second you enter, it has to move immediately in your favor. If it doesn't move immediately in your favor, you have to think about getting out on that trade, because at the open, the things can go very quick on this one. So what I was thinking was 20% is a huge gap up. It has also moved out of the range. A lot of people who were stuck in the position, who were trying to short the 150s, 140s, who were trying to buy the 140s, they are all stuck for the past 6 months. So one thing that they want to do is that now they're at break even, they want to get out of it. So they want to get out of it and think later. So now they're at break even. When they get out of it, that means they're going to sell it. And that is usually a very strong indication that the first move is going to be a sell-off. Now it is consolidating, comes back to 15%, 12%. It is always, now it can hold, now it can figure out where it want to go at the later part of the stage and can come back up tomorrow. But the first move is always very interesting, because a lot of people are interested to either get out. Very rare you would be seeing when a stock is gapped up like Shopify, which is 20%, it again goes to 20 to 30%. It won't happen. It would go back to maybe like 15%, 10%, and then hold it, and then maybe think about going back another 10% higher. And that's usually the psychology behind the stock market. That's the psychology behind the buyers and sellers. Because when things move like up 20%, they want to take profits. When they take profits, they'll have to sell. And also people who are stuck in a position for the past 6 months in that range, they will also want to get out, because they want to get out of break even, which also leads to a sell. So there's a double selling additional pressure. And when I see that pressure coming up, I like shorting those stocks. So it was very quick, easy trade. On the second you start seeing it, I shorted the 152s and completely got a 10-point move on it in a single trade. And that's a close to 6-7% move on a stock like Shopify. So which was a great move overall, because you can size in. It's not that expensive stock either. So it turned out really good.
Yeah, no, love it, love it. A question I have for you, and we'll pick maybe one or two from the chat too, is how come you didn't add? Like, I've seen a lot of your trades, and I know you add. Does this one not give you an opportunity to add and then partial?
So I was absolutely thinking of getting add, but I was looking for a bounce and consolidate below just 150. So if it would have consolidated below 150, I would have added more. But it just completely just gave it away. Like, it just continues to give it away, and with no real pullbacks. So I continue to scale out on my position, and my final exit was around 143. But I usually have, if it would have consolidated below the VWAP and gave a little bit of leeway for me to add, I would have definitely added.
Yeah, sweet, man. And Let's go to the chat. Get some questions here before we let you go. What is your favorite strategy? Says Pat in chat.
So my favorite strategy is breakouts. I just love trading breakouts. The only caveat is different from the breakouts from the others is that I like to go in on a breakout before the breakout happens. So when there is and I love trading the break of high of the days and break of low of the days, but very before even the breakout is happening, because there is always some nuances that you'll start getting when a stock is about to break out. and and if you can able to capitalize on it, you get a perfect entry, because a lot of people I see struggle with is they get exactly on the breakout area, and when the stock pulls back they have to get out and then they are stuck in a position. But when you're able to time your entries and get in before the breakout, your risk reward gets exponentially higher, because at the breakout you're literally in a driver's seat and you don't have to wait on or worry about getting stopped out or pulling back. Even though it pulls back, you'll still be in a safer zone.
Yeah, awesome. And another one here. Where was your stop in this trade?
So my stop was just above 153. I gave a little bit of 70 to 60 cents on a stock, but usually the momentum is so much, because we trade momentum, right? The momentum is so much that when you get in that trade, it has to very quickly move in your favor. If it doesn't move in your favor, you will still get a chance to get out at break even. So it's always a win-win situation. And if the stock like it drops and then immediately pops up, you have to get out. You have to take a stop. And my stop was what, above 153.
Hey man, you can't have lack of discipline in the morning volatility. It could be brutal with how fast these stocks move. All right, excellent, man. And a comment here. Paris, is Khaled. I met you at Costco in Vancouver.
Oh, man,
how are you
yes,
doing?
I did.
You're meeting members at Costco, Paris? That's awesome. Did you get the hot dogs? Did you go get the hot dogs?
I was at Costco with my family in Vancouver, and amazing. Yeah, it was such an amazing to meet you, Khaled. Really, really nice to see you.
So how was
and he
it?
came up to
It
me
was
and he's like,
planned, or he caught you? He saw you out there and
he
recognized
just
you?
saw me, and and realized that you're Paras, right? You're from Babel Trail. Like, yeah, it's like that moment when people recognize you in public. So,
Yeah, yes.
so that was, I
It's
loved it.
amazing and weird at the
It was
same
really
time,
lovely
but it's
meeting,
amazing.
Khaled. Yeah, yeah.
Sweet, man.
That's funny.
Well, I appreciate you, man, coming on. It's just kind of breaking down your trades. We're going to do more of this because we do see great trades from moderators, and sometimes we don't have the whole story and
yeah.
explanation, and we'd love to have you guys come on and just break it down for the YouTube chat. So awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. I'm down for that.
Oh, that's
Excellent.
great, and appreciate you because your trading is so different. You're very much.
Yeah.
I mean, you're an expert on tape reading. He's taught courses, very detailed courses on tape reading, and you got to keep in mind Paris's point of view as he's trading this. I loved it when you were saying, you were watching it in the opening minute, and then you waited, and then you took the partial. And I'm busy smiling because like your definition of waited is probably about 20 seconds.
That is true. That is true.
But when you're actively looking for something to happen, it feels like a lot more than 20 seconds.
20 seconds is a lot, yeah.
but I love it. So, all right.
No, awesome.
All right, man. Thank you so much, brother. We'll catch you a little bit later.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thanks, Paris.
All right.
See you.
Take care. Looking at some high volatility stuff, halting YXT. We didn't talk about this one this morning, but this is halted just now. So be careful, low flow stock there. Be aware of some of the risk you have to get there involved. But that was fun, man. That was fun to get Paris on and hear his thoughts on that trade. Maybe we'll do more of that. Just kind of see how people are doing. Yes, Trader Girl 67. 6-7. Was that planned? Did you do 6-7 because of 6-7 or what's going on there? I know that phase has passed. I know, but still fun. But yeah, I agree. It's nice to hear from other people, how they're trading, and not just look at their charts and see their messages. It's nice to get them on and hear their voice, and yeah, we'll do that again for sure. All right, Peter, how's your trade going? Let's take a look.
Great.
Oh, beautiful. Can we just get 160?
Hopefully.
Can we just get the 160 already? I mean, come on. Just make it happen. Here's let's get Peter's trade up here on the screen. Shortly we'll have Eamon coming back as well. Eamon and Kyle in a few minutes will be joining us. But here's Peter's trade before we let you guys go. It's just
You can
get it
always
already.
tell how long between partials based on the arrow. See that arrow up there where my stop is? So
Yeah.
I haven't done anything since 10:19. So it's been 40 minutes now that I've just been sitting waiting for the next move and my next partial opportunity. And that's typically what happens to me, right? As we get later in the day, you got to wait longer for the moves to happen, but that's okay. Patience can pay off. Now, it still might go and stop me out. And if it does, then so be it. But the longer this goes, the farther below my entry the VWAP moves, and the better chance I have to stay into this for a big, long gain. So looking forward to it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Absolutely. Good morning,
Hey,
sir. How
guys.
are you?
I'm doing great. Peter or Carlos, I was thinking of you last night. I watched the 1993 Chicago Bulls Knicks game, half of it.
Wow.
Oh, just
Classic.
such a good basketball game. Oh, I had some time
You know,
last night.
I met,
did some journaling. I didn't
I
watch
met
the
John
whole thing.
Stark.
Did you really?
I met John Stark.
Okay.
Yeah, we used to. My company used to own a building in Times Square, and the top floor was the old bank, the old Greenwich Bank from years ago. We turned into an office building, but the top was a venue. So we used to rent out the venue for events, donations. Rihanna was there. She's so short, by the way. She's so small. And one time they had John Starks and some of the Knicks fans, and they allowed some of the employees that were still hanging out. Yeah, come up, we get signatures. I mean, I got like a signature photo from him. And yeah, so that was interesting. And
Okay.
it was not that it was great meeting him, but it's just like this guy played against the best player in the world
Yes.
as far as the league, right? So that was
He
nice.
put
to
a
see
couple
that.
good threes. Like for a guy as small as he was,
He
during
had
the
heart.
time, he was pretty
He
good.
had heart,
Such heart.
I
Yeah.
hated
I didn't
him.
watch the
I
whole
hated
the
him.
whole game. I'm getting
I
a
was a
bunch of
Bulls
people saying
fan.
I didn't watch the whole basketball game from 1993, but I just watched like half of it. But they were so good. Like Jordan in his prime was just something else to see. But it'll forever be the GOAT argument about the LeBron
yeah.
James.
Well,
It's
that's
just
always
like
the
you just
argument.
open up. Yeah,
Jordan was
exactly.
such a competitor. Like you just make him angry, and oh my God, that's when he would go to town, right? Like,
Oh
Yeah.
my God,
Oh, yeah.
it was the best. Yeah,
oh yeah.
yeah, I loved it.
Anyways,
I
Great
loved
times.
the Carlos, the stream yesterday with the SpaceX Live. That was a great idea. That was awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna do some more of that. Let's see what's on for tonight. I don't think we have big names for tonight, but we'll definitely do some more of that. Again, I usually don't
was
listen to
fun.
earnings calls, but yesterday was interesting. You learn a lot, what the company's
Absolutely.
doing, the direction. So we'll definitely do more of that. All right, friends. Me and Peter. Peter's
Well, thank you,
managing
guys.
his tray here. Let's see if Peter. Can we get another parcel from Peter before we?
we're not yet.
Let's see.
Maybe
Not
we're getting
yet.
close. We're
Yeah.
close here, but nothing yet. Just keep staying
Okay.
patient.
All right, stay patient. Man. You might get the draft. So, all right, guys, we'll leave it with Kyle and Eamon. Thank you so much for joining us so far. The next hour is with these two fine gentlemen. So we'll catch you guys a little bit later.
All right, thank you
Alright.
guys.
Thank you,
Peter.
guys.
Thank you, Carlos.
Hello, YouTube. Hello, Kyle. How are you doing?
Dr. Raymond, very good. I had a great morning. I'm in another great mood today. We'll get into it a little bit later, but 2
Yeah,
for 2, good, nice trade on NVIDIA, nice clean. SpaceX was a little, I partialed a bit
baby.
too quick on SpaceX, but I just
Great.
really good trades
Peter,
today.
did
I
you
was
do well
happy.
there?
Oops.
Yeah,
Right.
baby.
Yeah.
I forgot
Peter
that I
didn't
was
mute.
on mute yet.
Okay, all right.
We can keep listening. All good.
You know what?
I knew my execution was good. I was like, yeah, baby. I was like, all right, Peter.
No.
All right.
Thank you.
I got
All
the
right.
drop below 160. It dropped fairly aggressively here. So now my
Yeah,
if
we
it goes
see
back
that?
up through 160, I'll take a partial. Otherwise, I'm just waiting. I'm continuing to wait. But now I got to watch a little closer.
Perfect.
Oh, it's going good, Peter. I see that.
Yeah.
Beautiful,
Very
Peter.
nice. Great stuff, man. Great stuff.
Keep,
Amy, if you want to
oh,
refresh your
beautiful.
screen, we should get it up and going here.
Done. Should I
Yeah,
refresh it one more
baby.
time? Mm. Should I refresh it
There's
one more
like
time?
a little
Right.
left touch. Like it doesn't happen right away. Try it again. Yeah. Do
Let
it
me
again.
try it third
Give it a
time.
little Facebook post or poke.
Like little TLC.
Ah, there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
Don't
working now.
go chasing waterfall. Oh, that was bad.
That's
My voice
one of
cracked.
my favorite songs. Favorite
Okay,
songs.
yeah. You and I grew up at the same time with same
Oh.
music, same. Yeah, I love it. Great era. Still nothing.
Let's figure out why it's not working.
Ah, that's weird. Why it's not working? Peter, cut one of your screens, maybe, if Peter's still
Oh,
around.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
One of your
I
4
apologize for
screens.
that. Hold on.
Yeah, forced too much. Yeah.
Hello, YouTube chat. Frank,
Kyle,
Alex, hello, guys.
you could rename that song so easily. I think I did one time on the show, and people recognized I did. I was like, I was talking. I was saying, hey guys, don't go chasing short floats. Stick to the stocks that you're used to. And somebody said, hey, I know what you're singing. They caught it. They caught on to it.
Thank God somebody did, honestly.
This was
Thank
years
God.
ago. It was years ago. I'm glad they did because I would have felt really old.
We're just unk status now, right? We're just unks. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
It's a good place.
We
Oh,
got
I
you
think
now,
it's
Kyle.
working.
Yep,
Finally.
you got it.
Amazing. All right, Kyle. So yeah, want to go over your trades?
Okay, yes. All right. We have SpaceX. So this was just a nice 5-minute opening range. My partialing was pretty aggressive on this. I had a hot
Yeah, it's
year.
very aggressive.
I added twice. I only meant to do it once. So my share size was through the roof on this. So I got pretty nervous. So I just started partialing and just brought my stop loss to break even because that wasn't a pretty trade. I was looking for my break and retest on my NVIDIA trade around this time as well. But so SpaceX was good, nothing crazy, just a nice 5-minute opening range breakup and then scalped it to the top side. And I was taking this NVIDIA trade almost at the exact same time. Andrew took this as well, just a clean 5-minute opening range breakup, scalped my way to 220, 150. There was a really nice order on Atlas up there. Came back down. I barely had any shares left on this one, stopped out at break even. And at the same time, so I was in SpaceX and this, so I was managing the 2 positions, which is never a real easy thing to do, honestly. And this is what I don't say I admire this about Andrew, but he just got out of one trade and just got back into NVIDIA, so you can just focus on one ticker. So, I was in both at the same time, and it's interesting just when you're doing 2 trades at the same time, having to manage them both. So, I was looking to get back in on a break and retest on SpaceX, but I never got in. Because I was so heavy on SpaceX, I ended up making about 6R today. So it worked out, but my psychology was a little bit off and I didn't really want to reload another trade. So I'm still looking for one right now. But overall, I had a really good morning. How was yours?
Well, good job, Kyle. Yeah, I took a couple trades, one on Shop, which did not work, and one on Tesla, which actually made me around 5.5 hours. This was, let me just fix this. This was a risk-free reversal, but it was also a channel play. I never build my trades just based on the 1 on the 5. You can see an obvious level at $320 here on Tesla. You can see it clearly opening, dumping into the $320 area. And you could see the strength on it on the first minute. Get closer to this level and rejected. Second minute, get closer to this level and rejected. Third minute, getting to it and rejecting it and far from the 9. So that was my sign. 3 to 4 rejections at the open. And the open, there is a lot of momentum. There is a lot of volatility. If the stock is going to sell off, it would have sold off already. So I played my long on it. Stop loss at the low of the body. And for those who watch my reversal course, I have different stop losses for reversals depending on my entry candlestick. If I play the reversal on this candlestick, my stop loss would either be closer to the low, either the low of the previous candlestick. If I play the reversal after the reversal candlestick, my stop loss could be at the low of the entry candlestick, at the low of the body, at the low of the previous candlestick, depending on how big the body is. If my entry would have been somewhere around here, for example, I probably would have used the low of the previous one as stop loss because that's a bit too tight for Tesla. But since I entered with the momentum as it started going in my favor, I just used the low of the body as my stop loss. Anyway, this was the high of the day, so I had to just partial something to turn it into a risk-free trade. Then a few partials around intraday levels, pre-market levels. Here, I could see that I was already sitting at around 4.7 hours, so I sold the 4 fully just to realize the 4 hours. That's my main goal per trade. If I can hit the 4 hour per trade, I'm out. if I'm having more than 4 hours, I lock in everything and I try to squeeze like one extra or 1.5, and that was basically it. Beautiful trade on Tesla. And by the way, guys, remember the trade that we've executed yesterday live on stream? I don't know if you guys also traded it or not. It took us a long time, so we played it at 11:45 when Elon called me, and it played with my nerves a little bit. There it is. Yep, pretty bad. This is exactly what we're talking about. So it took so long, but there was literally no reason to bail out of this trade, and I was holding through it during the whole chat room session, 12 to 1 p.m. And then finally, this thing broke out, locked in a few partials, and got lucky. I mean, I wouldn't say got lucky because this thing ran way more, but at least I managed to hit my final target on the way to the upside. Because if it pulled back before hitting my final target, I'd have had to hold through the whole pullback and probably would have been out of the trade by 3 p.m., which would have been a bit. I don't love really long trades. I don't love seeing trades more than 15 to 20 minutes. But if I have to, then I'd stay.
That same thing happened with me on SMCI yesterday.
Mhm.
Remember how we were saying it was at like it was going to go to 3170? It just kept
Yeah.
going. Like I only had like 15, but I partialed up. I had a really nice screenshot at the end of the day yesterday. It just kept going all day long yesterday. I didn't have many shares left, but it made for a nice little photo. Who was this? Somebody said something about the SpaceX trade. So, this guy said I got lucky, and I just wanted to let you. So, in the pre-market, when I decided to go long on SpaceX, is when it broke the pre-market high. So it was a 5-minute opening range breakup, but I was probably a little bit early on my SpaceX trade, but it broke a really nice pre-market level, and that was enough for me to go long. Someone said I got lucky on it, but hey, you got to be good to be lucky. All right.
So yeah, and now what is the explanation? I actually made a webinar on ABCD pattern yesterday, and this was just a pure ABCD pattern on the hourly chart. You get to move from A to B, a pullback to C, and when you play an ABCD pattern, you could get multiple entries, either an entry closer to the level C, either a breakout at the D. And when I play ABCD patterns, I usually try to get my entries as close as possible to the level C because those offer you the best risk to reward ratio. So I managed to enter with the stop loss, and you could see the beauty of the risk to reward, right? Stop loss, target. If I entered up here or up here at the breakout, I would have needed this to be my stop loss. And in this case, you literally go from 4 to 1 to a 1 to 1. Now, yeah, let's go through my shop trade that did not work. This was more of a momentum play after a fake breakdown. You can see the level of support somewhere around here. Market opens, breaks the low. These are my favorite breakouts. You might have noticed my PLTR trade yesterday. What was the trade from 2 days ago? I think it was also Tesla or NVDA. Anyway, if I see a fake breakdown at the open of the recovery, I pull the trigger on the very first minute. So initial entry, initial stop loss, price broke the high, added to my position, moved my stop loss to the previous entry candlestick. This way I have two positions. This is my first position. This is my second position. And if the price makes it just to 155, my first position is going to make me around 2 hours. My second position is going to make me 1.5 hours. That's it. 3.5 hours, which is a quick trade. I saw that after the break of the swing high, the price started going to the downside and I instantly cut it out. So I lost full R on this trade. Looks like small drop to the downside, but that's not small simply because I had two positions on them. First position was a break even. Second position was a full R loss. So 1 hour loss on shop and over 4 hours made on Tesla. And we can continue trading. Let's look for one more trade opportunity. If we find something like we did yesterday, we are going to trade it. If not, then it's a good day. Peter is doing well on PLTR. Let's see, still going lower, and he is partialing around 159. Beautiful trade, Peter. Good job on this one.
I think Peter's quietly, well, not quietly, having a really good week. He traded a lot yesterday, didn't he? Peter, you're the man, Peter.
I did. I made this commitment to myself 2 weeks ago that I was going to try and trade more, right? A little more actively. And I did not do so good on that commitment the first week, but this week it's going much better, and it just shows you got to be persistent, right? Sometimes you got to sort of stick with it and let things work, because it's not, you can't expect to change things and have it work right away. So yeah,
There's
I agree.
something in that water in Quebec that you were swimming in on the weekend. Hey?
Maybe you got my superpowers.
Do you speak French, Peter?
Yeah.
Parlez-vous français? Oh, you do.
Oui.
Okay.
Oh, tu parles français aussi?
No, that's as much as I got. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah,
Damn,
but
I wish I had more. I got to Duolingo a little bit more.
the area of Quebec that we're in is very anglophone. So yeah, there's
Okay.
so you don't have to have too much French to be there.
Got it.
But anyways, all right.
Well, great trade on PLTR. Thank you.
Thank you. Still going.
Sorry, Peter. Yeah, love it.
Well, yep,
Okay, Eamon, what
John
are we
is
looking
saying
at
that
here?
they
What
took-
are we going to find? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just think John said that they have failed with the exact same trade as Sharp today. John, this is one of the classic trades. I mean, I think it's one of the most frequently type of trades that I and my mentee trade in general. You see this Apple trade? Exactly looks like my trade on Shop today. And PLTR yesterday, exact same one as my Shop today. Let me show you a few ones. Tesla around here, exact same one. And SpaceX, but to the opposite direction. This was a short. And it looks the exact same way, right? And AAPL to the long side, exact same way. This is, I think, one of the most frequently trades that I'm trading. And it's like a 4-hour money printer. You get 4 hours in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes on this type of trades.
Yeah, Peter, great trade. And anyone who just met Paris for the first time, I learned when I first started with BBT, he was like one of my go-to guys. His tape reading, he's got a tape reading course. Check it out, tradingterminal.com. There's a really good video on YouTube about him recycling shares. It's worth your time. It's only about 6 or 7 minutes. It's about 2 or 3 years old, I think now. So you got to go down the archives a little bit, but he's one of the best tape readers I've ever seen, and like he's really good at recycling his shares. So give him a follow. I think he's on Instagram and he's in BBT. Yeah, start bugging him. He's a really good trader. Paris is incredible. Yeah, he's the best.
So what do we have right now? What do we have to trade? What are you guys watching? Let's see if we find something interesting. We might end up trading it. PLTR is in a good sell-off mode. I think PLTR is going to be an interesting long around 158, or basically after the break of 158. Let's take a look at Atlas on it. Atlas is surprisingly bullish on PLTR, and this is just to show you that you do not want to trade blindly based on what Atlas is telling you. There will be so many moments where Atlas is showing you one thing, but the price is going to the opposite direction. You want to make sure that you're combining Atlas trading with pattern trading skill or chart trading skills. When both combine, that's when you get good. When both show the exact same direction, that's when you get good trades.
iLearnings 101 is funny you say that. I was just looking at NVIDIA here. It still can be validated for my gap and go, my break and retest. So I'm just looking at a little bit of higher time frame and going through Market Atlas. But if it comes back above the 5-minute opening range, above VWAP there, I'll look for a long, but I'm just sitting on my hands right now. I was actually just looking at NVIDIA.
Yeah, I think NVIDIA would be interesting if it manages to make at least a new hourly low. We needed to make small reset below 218 or around 218, and then if it recovers above VWAP, that would be an interesting one. We also have a big order actually at Atlas in 218, and now we have 2 pieces of information. NVIDIA is going to be a good long setup if it makes a reset, and Atlas confirms that the reset is actually needed. So what can you do? You can either play to the short side, scalp it all the way to 218, and maybe it's going to go lower. And if it does, it'll be risk-free because you'll be able to move you're supposed to break even. Not going to take this trade because it's not going to offer me a good risk-to-reward ratio. Or you wait for it, fill the 218, start bottoming, give you any bullish setup, double bottom, higher low, fake break, I mean, whatever it is, and then go for a long play targeting 220.50-ish, followed by 221.90-ish. For now, it's too early to speak about a long setup because we first needed to hit the 280.
Okay, that's what we're doing. You heard it here, folks. Hit the 218, do a double bottom on the 5-minute chart, and then we're going long. Here we
And then
go.
we're reloading.
And we're reloading. Someone's asking for that Paris video. I'm not sure where it is. I mean, we do a lot. Well, we don't, but Carlos puts up a lot of footage, just clips. Like, I think it's about a year and a half ago. Just look for Paris. You'll see a thumbnail with, I think Paris is on there, and it's just about recycling shares. Because he really understands the tape. Like he's pretty scalpy that way, so he'll use the tape and recycle his shares. But it's worth the watch. Just take some time. I wonder if I'll try and find it for you later. But let's see here. NVIDIA. Okay, so we're waiting on NVIDIA. What's our good buddy? Could PLTR have a, let's see here, a reversal anytime soon? What do you think?
PLTR?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. I think it would be good after it fills the 158. I bet we have something at around 158 on this thing because
158? Yeah.
yeah, I think there is something big around 58. Should be. Because it's the most obvious level we have around here. Yeah, 9,000 shares at 158. That's the only obvious level that we have. Probably want to see liquidity grab below it before it sets up for a long. So maybe we're going to be taking a good trade because both NVIDIA and PLTR are slowly sitting up. STG saying, will you consider NVIDIA for a swing trade with Elon news? STG traders fall in a big trap when Marvell was considered a good swing long at $300 with Jensen Huang news when he said Marvell, the next $1 trillion company, and it's dropping 30%. So don't buy company simply because some other CEO praises this company, unless it's Trump.
Or
If
Nancy
Trump
Pelosi.
says this, or Nancy Pelosi, exactly. If these two tell you this company is good, you buy it. Anything else, forget about and trade the technicals. But to be fair, NVIDIA is sitting at a good price. It's not really bad. It's not over the moon in comparison with AMD, MU, SanDisk, INTC. It's slowly going up, and the company is good. It is solid. So not a bad one to invest. It's close to its peaks, which is a downside.
Yeah, Magic V2C. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. This is the last I'll talk about the Paris thing, but it's the video inside of Bearable Traders. So just click on Bearable Traders and go through the video archives, and then you'll find the video. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. You just got to go find it in the back end of BBT. It's a video somewhere. I never should have brought that up, I guess. Okay, let's shop tuning. Did you have Shopify on your watch list?
No, I did not
You
have it on my
didn't,
watch list.
okay.
But I do watch stocks that had had earnings for a quick momentum play, if they set up. I had it simply because of the news. It looked like a small ABCD pattern on the 5-minute chart, and I was looking for a small fake break below this consolidation area. So that's an ABCD pattern with a double shape. Wanted to see the second low gets broken. And by the way, I talked about this yesterday in the ABCD pattern webinar. If you guys watched it, it's amazing. If not, the recording is there for BBT Elite members. You can take a look at it. But you could see that I was more safe about trading it. I was not playing it aggressively. Because I was not even predicting full hourly candlestick. I was predicting a quick 5-minute candlestick. So the moment the trade needed to play out within 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. A nice exit too. As soon as this came back down, you got out right at VWAP. Nice.
Yeah, but it still was a full R, sadly. But
Was it? Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. I think someone asked about AMD. No, AMD is not looking like a good long. The hourly is still inconsistent, in fact, more short. than long, at least at this stage. Could be longer a little bit later today, but not now.
Oh, I found it. Aha. Here you go, Carlos, and everybody else. There it is. It didn't even take me that long. It was from 2 years ago. There it is. Next boot camp is September, I think. Is that correct, Damon? I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Study, relax. We're waiting for on NVIDIA a double top on the 5-minute chart or double bottom. But we're waiting for the 218 orders to clear first and then wait for it to come up. So we're probably realistically at least 30, 40 minutes away from that. Just sit on your hands. That's the thing about trading. If you're not trading just the open, as we all know in this chat, who trade the opens, but around this time you have to be patient. Like you just can't, I mean, you can get FOMO and all that stuff, but if you really want things to set up properly, you have to wait. Just be patient with it.
Yeah, especially
Wait
during
for
this time of the day.
yeah,
Setups take hours to
yeah.
set up. They take also hours to hit your target, but they're one of the most accurate type of plays for this time of the day.
If we have a premium membership of Trading Terminal, are there training videos? Yeah, there are. I'll pull that up for you too. I feel like a secretary today. Trading Terminal. So if you go to the bottom left, who asked this? Zach. Go to Trading Terminal on the bottom left. There's Webinar Options Academy. There's a bunch of videos in there for you to watch as well. And there's a lot of really good free content on YouTube as well. If you're not a Lambos and Garbage Truck member, you can go back and watch a lot of videos. There's like 1,000 videos on there. So chances are, if you have a question about it, it's going to be in the BBT archive. So. Wow. I don't really see anything right now. What's PLTR? Is Peter? Oh, Peter's probably still in this. He's gonna ride all the way till 158, I think. And then that's what we'll look for a reversal on PLTR.
Exactly, it would be ideal to see it breaking it at least by a bit and snapping back.
Apple.
Meta has a lot of room to the downside, all the way down to 580. I'm not saying that it's going to go all the way down there, but I don't see any levels except for the current one. It either holds this zone, and if it doesn't, then it could be headed all the way down to 580. There are a lot of buyers, Ekopura, but it's also the only level that you can play the bounce from. Anything in between is just a random zone. When you trade, you want to trade a strategy on a well-selected stock around a level or a zone that a lot of traders are watching. You don't want to place your setups in the middle of nowhere.
SpaceX is at high a day here. It's pretty extended from view. There's a nice consolidation on the 30-minute chart coming up at around 117.25. Be interesting if it pushes through there, but this could also be a double top on the 1-minute chart. It's pretty extended from VWAP right now, so just be careful about it. says 158 a level on PLTR. That's just a big pool of liquidity that we can see on Market Atlas. So we
And
want to
it's
see
the
those.
only pivot, and it's also the only pivot on the 60-minute chart that we have recently. There is
Yeah.
around here.
So ideally, you
And
see those
Mhm.
levels getting eaten through, and then you can make a move after that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I also want to add that these liquidity orders, big orders that you see around here, they're not coming out of nowhere. It's not that the level is here because the liquidity is at this area. It's that the liquidity is here because it is a meaningful level. That's the way to think about it. The liquidity is around big psychological around numbers 160, 165, 170, not because there is a reason, a technical reason around these areas. It's because it's around psychological number, so the liquidity is around there. When you see liquidity around the level, it's not because it doesn't mean that the level is there because the liquidity is there. We first create the level becomes an area of importance. Traders and algos realize that this level is an area of importance and they place the orders around there. So first you identify the levels, then you confirm either with increasing volume around the level or by level 2 confirmations. But this is a mess. Want to go over it, Kyle?
What is that? JL. Oh, I have a limit order in for. I'm trying to space. I didn't know SpaceX was on SSR. I tried to go short there at 117.95, but my limit order is 116.95. I didn't get filled. You bugger. Oh, now it's gonna go. Shit. Sorry. Stand by. What is this? JLHL. Never even heard of it. Julong Holdings Limited. Let's have a look here. I probably butchered that, but sorry. Looks like it's coming down into the morning consolidation area underneath the 50 moving average. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I would not touch this. I mean, it was beautiful at the open after the news came out, but if anything, to me, this looks like a short right now. Did somebody call this out? I didn't.
Yeah, somebody asked about it, but I don't like it.
You're still holding it? I mean, if you're holding it from the open, like if you have a really nice average, like if you're in, around between 750 and $9, I mean, it depends on where your average is, but to me, like now it's kind of turning into a head and shoulders. It was almost a double top on the 1 minute chart. Now it's just consolidating from around the 1020 range. What's your average on it? You bought in at $7.40. Oh, just hold it.
Do you partial anything? Just curious.
If you didn't, I need a one-on-one session from you. If you got in at 740 and you haven't partialed yet, you're doing something right.
Someone is asking about Microsoft no entry. No. For me, according to my trade book, still not. It could run all the way to the high of the day, but I would ignore it. At this stage, since it did not hit the $218, I need the hourly candlestick to close bullish and only then consider playing it. This is the type of trades that looks interesting, but it doesn't meet all the check boxes. And I usually let them go. If you want to be aggressive, yes, you could give it an attempt, play it at the breakout, stop loss around 219, which is the middle of the range, and target 221.50-ish.
Whoever brought up JLH, I mean, if your entry was 740, so you got in right on that hammer candle, and I mean, that's a great entry. But yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of shares left, hopefully you're recycling them. But I think this thing's going to come back down to VWAP, honestly. Sometimes I wouldn't, like, this isn't really a true low flow. I mean, it kind of is around this price point I get, but it's got 25 million shares traded. It's probably going to come back down to earth a little bit. What is it up? It's up 142%. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, by the end of the day, I'd be shocked if this thing didn't come back down to earth a little bit around the 1050, I would say. We'll see. See what the price action tells you. SpaceX, you bastard. Look at that. Oh my God, SpaceX. I didn't get filled by no, 15 cents. Bastard. And now it's completely rolling over. Oh well.
Been there. I
That just
remember I
happened
had
to you
a similar
yesterday.
entry. Yeah,
That just happened.
2 days ago, right? I think a similar one, right? We played a stock and it literally
Oh,
just missed the target by a few cents.
I was playing SpaceX for a double top off of that 117.50. There was a nice order at 117.50. It kind of ate through some of those, and then it just lost the momentum. And that's what we were saying. Like it's pretty extended from VWAP. Whoever called that out in the chat, thank you. So yeah, I didn't know it was on SSR to be honest. So I actually tried to go short. Then I put a limit order in for 116.95 at the 11:30 candle, and I just never got filled. Shit. Oh well, such is life. It's the way it goes. There will be another trade somewhere. Okay, PLTR kind of found a bottom. It's coming up testing the 50 moving average now. It did go to 158.53, so it didn't completely get to 158, but it was you. Perfect. I bet Peter's still in this for sure. He has 25% of his position left, would be my guess. Holding for 158. What else do we see here? Amy, can you pull up my SpaceX trade? I just wanted to give a example just of the break and retest. A lot of people are emailing me about this. So I take my range from the first candle and I just pull that straight across. Okay, so the break and retest is once it breaks out of the initial range. Can you go from the body of the first candle? Yeah, straight across. So a nice break and retest. So as it comes back down and it kind of touches that 200 moving average underneath, that's for me when it's retesting. And then as it breaks out around 955, that's when I re-enter there. So you catch that second move and you would target yesterday's close, which is that the black dotted line there. So that's kind of how I roll my two strategies together. So my first entry here, like again, the 5 minute opening range, I went too heavy. I only meant to go in once. So that's why, I mean, look at all those partials, those 10% partials. It's borderline embarrassing, but this is how I kind of roll multiple strategies together, right? So you get the 5 minute, comes back down. After I partial, my stop loss comes to break even. So then, you're up a couple R there. And then as it consolidates around this range, as it loses the range, it needs to come back into the range to check the boxes for me. So as it loses the range around 952, it comes back down, touches the 200 moving average, which is the pink line, and then pushes back up with volume there. That's when I re-enter for that. So I didn't take that trade here because my psychology was off a little bit just because I took such a big position and I was inside NVIDIA as well. But that is essentially the gap and go. So it breaks out of the range once, comes back into the range, consolidates, comes back out of the range, and then that's when you can go long. A really nice entry would be the confirmation candle after. Like you can anticipate, but waiting for that confirmation candle around 956 that'd be your ideal entry, and then put your stop loss at the 9 moving average, and then you catch that next 2 to 3 minute move there. So that is what I like to call the gap and go.
Nice one.
Do you have a taco song to go after the Erica song? I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess it's oh no, it's not even Taco Tuesday. It's Wednesday today. I don't know what's going on in the chat room. What I do know is we're at 300 and how many likes are we at? 364? 376. We need 134 likes in the next 20 minutes. Can we do it? It's in your guys' hands.
123. Yep. Yeah, NVIDIA seems to be going higher. Again, it did not meet all the checkboxes, so that's why I said I'm not interested in this thing. But if you ended up playing it to the long side at the breakout, just place stop loss at the middle, and you can target that around 221.50 as a first target, and then aim for the highs.
What's oil doing today? So 114.
Still slowly selling off.
You don't really ever like you've never traded commodities, hey? Like you stay away from gold and oil and all that, right?
They are not the cleanest for day trading. And you can see what's happening with these ones. Just take a look at oil today, 2 days ago. I mean, you get it to opening somewhere around here, and then imagine just playing an open range breakout at the open. Doesn't really matter where. Like nothing to the bottom side, nothing to the upside.
Yeah.
And even when it breaks the low of the day, nothing to the bottom side. So it looks like it did make a move around here, but it's literally nothing. It opened in the middle of nowhere and then it started trading nowhere. Same thing around here, you see? That's the
It
open
is
range around
ugly.
here,
You're right.
approximately. And then there
Yeah.
is just literally nothing. They're not the type of stocks that open, give you an opportunity, and then you can trade, you can add or get any momentum on them.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of FOMO, honestly, on that SpaceX. My limit order is sadly, I'm gonna close it off. Like, fuck. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
The
We
MU is
wish you'd
slowly
have.
setting up for a break of the high of the day. He's setting up for it. I don't know if you have an Atlas on MU.
What's the leveraged of? Is it MUU?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly,
Okay.
I never traded the leverage with this thing.
MUD. Oh, thank you, Peter. Mud. Okay, MUU long. Okay. Oh, I like that. Okay, noted.
Wouldn't it be wiser to swing trade on a leverage product rather than using margin?
Ah, very good point.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any risks behind that. I never like too deep into that, but why using margin to swing trade something when you can use the leverage product? To all the smart people around here, can you give me
Yeah,
the
so
answer?
someone answer the yeah, exactly. Hmm. Oh, SpaceX. Oh, what a missed opportunity that was. I just have to stop. I just have to stop looking at it. Stop it. I almost topped. It was a beautiful double top on SpaceX too. Unbelievable. It's gonna come down to yesterday's close at 114.50. Big order on Atlas. Oh well. C'est la vie. I'm just reading up on Micron right now. Their their company lifted its
Uh,
global share to 25%. So, oh my God, these guys are making so much money. Micron. Oh my God. Go ahead. What were you saying, Eamon?
yeah, I was saying that I just get the answer for that. Apparently, leverage products, they are aimed to give you more money if you trade them intraday. But for the longer term, they're not that profitable because leverage products, they reset on daily basis. Another thing is
Oh,
that if the stock closes around its opens or has a few flat days, then the leverage products could be down several percent, while the original product, for example, AMD, would be down 0% because it's somewhere around flat. That's the main reason why a lot of traders don't use the leverage products for swing trading.
okay. That makes sense.
So yeah, the leverage products are ETFs are useful mainly for day trading, or if you're going maybe for 1-3 days momentum trades. That's what I got from it, or maybe just short swing trades after breakouts again for 2, 3, 4 days. But if you are looking for uh, longer term trade, 1 year, 6 months, and you see that AMD made 50%, it doesn't mean that MLD is going to give you 100%. I mean, sometimes you could get maybe 50% on AMD, but only 70 to 80% to MLD, which is still better than leverage. But if AMD ends up being flat, then the leverage product could be down.
I've been reading up on that CXMT company, that Chinese company. They're now the world's fastest growing RAM maker, and their revenue is up 720%. Oh my God. Once China gets their hands on something, they're just so efficient and they make things so fast. It's like they just take over the whole business, right? Chinese memory manufacturer is the fastest growing memory company in the world in its second quarter. Is targeting all other manufacturing semiconductors company in the world. Wants to take over. Oh my God. It's also capable of manufacturing the most advanced memory chips with multiple reports saying the progress is being manufactured on all memory chips. Oh my God. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like they're taking over. Their revenue grew 720% last year. Oh my God. Good for them. What does that mean for our trading? I don't know. It brings volatility to the market, and that's all we want. Tour, I tried to short it at 116.95. Right as so it made a double top on the 1 minute chart as it came up and it tested that 117.50. I tried to go short on that next candle. And honestly, I didn't see that SSR was on it, so I tried to hit my hotkey and I didn't get filled. So then I put a limit order in for 116.95, and then it just started to flush right after that. That's the company I was just talking about is CXMT.
Oh, it's the Chinese company.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember we thought that. I think in the pre-market show a couple of weeks ago when it went public. So China had some restrictions buying some chips, because because of the US restrictions. So they decided to create their own manufacturing machines that making this uh, stuff
Semiconductor
needed
chips.
for
Yeah.
exactly needed for AI. And you could see that the whole semiconductor chip sector was dropping down, but they were going up because I wouldn't say that they reach the accuracy of the US machine at this stage, but you know, the China develops its stuff and evolves so quickly, and
Mhm.
it wouldn't take them so long until they reach the same quality or at least quality closer to the one that you see in the US manufacturing machines. Um, Eventually, they will also be able to compete because they'll be able to sell their own chips. Right now, nobody's probably going to buy them. They need them, and at the same time, they are not at high quality, but eventually they are going to sell them. And once they start selling them, we all know what that means. They're going to be cheaper and effective. So
There's
it was a
such a
good time.
demand for these chips though. Like there's just like I don't think they can make them fast enough. That's part of the problem right now too. It's just like everything has these semiconductors in them now. Like not everything, but anything like AI related, all these data centers and all this, like the production just I don't think can keep up with the demand right now. I heard well, obviously in Canada it could be a little bit different, but people are using AI so much. We're using so much water to cool all these computers down that just like how we pay like taxes on EPCOR and water and all this stuff and our garbage to be picked up, someone's talking about charging for AI. Like it'll just go on our EPCOR bill, like our heating and water bill, just like a normal fee because we're using so much water for it.
Look at the bright side. Elon Musk is talking about databases on the orbits. You won't need to cool it up there. I think it's cold enough there.
Yeah, there you go. So it's all part of the plan, hey? SpaceX.
This is why I
Yeah,
said I do not want to play NVDA at the breakout at this stage because it did not check all the boxes. Needed first to go to 218 and only then play to the long side. Uh, and that's what I was afraid of. The hourly chart on NVDA was still not ready. I told you the hourly needed a new low. The Atlas shows you that NVDA needs to make a new low, but the pattern breaks the mini consolidation. And then the break of the mini consolidation gets those impatient traders to jump in. And
yeah.
you know what's the issue? Sometimes it's going to work, and this is literally the worst thing that could happen. You're jumping into a setup that is not A plus, and it works. That
Yeah.
develops the bad habit. It worked yesterday, so it's going to work today. Uh, I know that this is not working in the long run, and if it happens that it ended up working, zero regrets because I know that in the long run it's not working. I wait for the setup to work, a setup that actually works in the long run.
I was actually very close to taking that because it kind of was a gap and go like around 11:31. Like you could see the volume ladder. There was four nice minutes of volume and it spiked up around 11:32. So some people did take that trade there, but like Eamon always preaches and we all talk about all the time, like the risk to reward really isn't there. The only real target on that would have been I think this maybe the swing high from maybe around 10:45, like 220. Maybe if you had a tight stop loss, you target that because it came up, it touched that, and then it's going to come back down. It's going to fill all those 218 orders that we're actually waiting for, and then it'll probably make a bigger move after that. So just be mindful of that stuff, right? Like if it doesn't check all the boxes, just don't do it. Like our thesis right now is okay, it's going to come back down, it's going to grab those 218 orders, then we're going to take a trade. Like wait for those orders to be eaten up a little bit, and then we can make a move. Just be patient. Save that bullet that you have from the morning in your chamber. Like there's no reason to get in this trade, at 11:30. There's no follow through. Like maybe you get a quick 1 to 2 if you're really a scalper, But if you're wanting that bigger move to the high of the day again, right? Like we need to see that 1 hour candle close and then catch that move. So be patient.
Oh, look at this. Actually, this is interesting. The US has removed the Iran related sanctions from the US Treasury's website. So
Okay.
this is probably showing you that there is some progress with the deal. They're probably not going to remove any sanctions out of nowhere, and they're not going to be doing the first step around here. So we'll see. End of the week, either
How
more
much longer
threats
do you
and
think it's going to
pauses.
go on for, the war? In your humble opinion, not going too political, just a quick answer, like 6 months, or is it going to be over soon?
I have no idea. This is the thing about
Yeah.
wars.
Yeah.
It could take so long. I don't want to predict it. We've seen this movie so many times, on and off.
Yeah.
But there are some things that are happening right now, which is good.
Yeah. Josh, I always use the cues and the SPY. You want to, it depends on what you trade too. Like if you're trading a lot of semis and quantum, like it's going to trade similar to the cues, but I always have the cues and the SPY on one of my charts. Just as it's just another confirmation for you, just like we use Atlas, right? You use the cues and the SPY just as another um, support system for your trades. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, see, what is it again? JLHL. It's coming back down to earth. Yeah, that's what I said. Like when things are going, when a stock's up 140%, you really have to think. And Eamon said this before too, right? Like if you went to bed last night and you had 5,000 shares of this stock at $7, and you woke up and this bloody thing is now it's at $18, and you're up whatever it is, it's extremely hard to not take a little bit off, right? So you catch that early momentum, all of a sudden it's at $12. So those are all your breakout traders that held the 9 moving average all the way up to the top, right? Starts to consolidate up there, loses the 20, consolidates your second leg, comes up to that $16 mark. So anyone who was in early, you wake up and your investment's doubled, you're gonna sell. So I wouldn't be shocked if this thing didn't come back down to like $10.50. Come back down, touch the 200 moving average on the 1 minute chart, kind of consolidate around there a little bit, but yeah, we'll see what happens. It's always interesting coming back to these like tomorrow, Friday, and just seeing what actually transpires with these things. But I mean, it's up 130%.
You want to see
20.
the view out of my window?
Yes.
We're sitting here trading, and my wife is just showing this from the window, and I was like, "What?"
Hello, Tata. He's so cute. There you go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the right on my window, and I see that here, and I was like, "Okay, hello there."
Hey, are we having dinner soon, Dad? I'm hungry.
Yep.
That's
No,
amazing.
that's a question for mother, not for me.
Yeah. That's great. What a little gift, eh? It's weird knowing that there's like a mini you running around the house now, hey?
Yeah, it's adding some colors, to be honest, some new colors. I
Of
like it.
course, yeah. Can't short it on IBA. What are you trying to short? If you're trying to short that, you just have to catch it on the uptick. So put a limit order in and just catch it on the upside.
Yeah, by the way, you can use the equalized risk limit plus -5, and you get insta fill.
Okay, love that.
You don't because if you place the limit, you need to keep moving and moving and moving. You just place that limit order plus -10 cents. The moment you get that uptick on the montage, it fills you out.
Okay, perfect. Chris, you're trading NVDA long, off that 200 moving average. Joshua boy, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out with us. As always. Eamon, what are you doing for the rest of the day? You got YouTube now and then hanging out with the little one?
YouTube, one call with one of my mentees, then yeah, hanging with the little one. It's a light day. It's really a light day.
Good.
Exactly. Well, guys, we are coming to the end of the hour. This time flies by when Kyle is around. So thank you, Kyle.
Just flapping my gums the whole time, just talking about. I
All
love
good, all
this.
good.
I honestly love YouTube. I love what we do here. It's a good hour. I mean, trying to help as many people as we can and have some fun. And if you haven't checked out Eamon's book, make sure you do. There wasn't one plug for the book today, so check out Multiple Time Frame Analysis by Dr. Eamon. How do you say your last name? Al-Mansouri?
Mansouri. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
That's it,
that was
guys. So
pretty
yeah, that's
close.
actually a good thing to close the show with. If you guys still didn't read it, make sure to read it. Pleasure talking to you all. Thank you, Kyle. If you have any
Yep.
questions, feel free to email me, aman@bearbletraders.com or kyle@bearbletraders.com, and we will talk to you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. See you guys.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a good day, everybody. Do, 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 Bum, bum, bum.